It's a very sort of unusual A380 arrival, I have to say. Don't often see them applying the reverse thrusters until they're sort of like quite some way down the runway and everything's stable on the ground, you know. Little bit of sort of like instability there on approach, but very early on the reverses there, before the front wheel even touched. But that's, I guess, his style or her style. Not sure if big old barn doors on there. Those are just enormous. Those flaps, flight surfaces. Kind of limited to what we can see, man. It's actually getting more and more pea soup, for crying out loud. Yes, it's misty, is what the weather is saying. Misty, not foggy. It's misty. I've got to jump down and get me coffee because I'm a little bit early. Is that Singapore Slinger? Is he not being in? I'd say, what's the visibility, folks? Whoa! What is that? I was just going to say, it looked like a 747, the back end of it. Morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, very... obviously, that's a freighter. I did look at her. She was parked up over there for a short while. Probably saw it when we first came on. So we'll see if we can get a shot of her going through the gap. That's all we're going to get. We're going to get a shot of her going through that gap there, because we won't see her lined up because we've got quite a lot of... Right, mate? Interesting. So it's not in any way challenging. I mean, there's a very slight, what is it? Southwesterly wind. Nothing there to write home about, that's for sure. Keeping them nicely spaced. I'm just going to jump down and get me coffee. Stand by, folks. What's that? Yeah. I'm all good, mate. You? How are you? Appreciate it. You're driving back today, are you?
Yeah, we just put down the front and then next month we're down here to fly out to LA.
Nice. Excellent. We'll have a good time and have a safe journey back, yeah? Take care, man. Going back to Lincolnshire. That means he's got to go through all that. The reverses quite early, aren't they? Joanna B, that's funny. I thought for a minute Jilly was going to delete that comment because it was to do with the sun, but it's the real sun. Yeah. Literally haven't seen the sun in a good while, I have to say. So visibility, what have we got on visibility? Well, it's probably 5 miles, I'd imagine, for the pilots because of the intensity of the runway lights, which we don't get to see at all while we're on here. It's a lovely old 777-200. See, just there at that last. Oh, that'll shake the cobwebs out. Blooming awesome. I'll just do a quick PTC just to say hello. Give a little bit of brightness into people's lives with my new jacket. How folks, how you doing? How are you doing? Just want to say a big shout out to everybody and all the folks in London who are there for Remembrance Day, and I did my minute silence and all that sort of stuff. Very interesting that I looked up yesterday was the number of aircraft that were available to the not just the well, more or less the as it was then. Hold on a minute. Quite gate bushy, isn't it? Yeah, man, how cool is that? Wow! I think that's the first time I've ever seen an A350, BA350 in anger in terms of reverse thrust. That was pretty cool, man. I like that. So are the conditions dictating that, I'm wondering? Alfie Oldman, lovely surprise to turn on Heathrow, Britain's busiest airport, and see you on there. Wow, that's old footage, isn't it? Look, see folks. How far it's very misty. On our travels yesterday, on our way back from Aviation Retail Direct, believe it or not, there was an emergency with one of these United 767s. A fuel leak, we're hearing. We were over the other side there, just eating our McDonald's. Yeah. ALD McDonald's, yes, very predictable. Predictable text. Got nothing on us, is it? Is that Jumbo gone yet? It's probably gone. Yeah, it's gone. No. Okay, is it lined up? The distant startup of a Thai 777. She's turning on now. Let's see if we can grab her. Can't even see it. I kind of want to get that number 2 start. She's next to line up. Lovely old 767. It's a 400, look. Nice. There's absolutely no way we're going to see that going up. Unless she goes up really quick. She might go quick. She's probably heading to somewhere like Paris Charles de Gaulle. I'm looking. If I catch her, it's going to be very brief. She's gone. She's already probably up, I imagine. Yeah, she's gone. Oh, there she is. Well, can't say we didn't get a jumbo on the show. Whatever. Wow, listen to her, man. Lovely hearing those engines decel literally as they push the throttles, well, pull the throttles back. It's getting worse. Do you remember that day we had here, Jilly, where I couldn't see anything? Where it was literally right in front of me, there was a little tiny opening, and that's all it was. It did clear eventually, yeah. Alan Davies, welcome back, Alan. Good to see you, mate. Like your emoji. Looks like a rally car of some sort. Anyway, thank you, Glynis Forrester, for gifting a channel membership. Countdown to Anchorage, folks. Ian D can see blue sky on the south coast. LA girl missing that Cali weather. Well, you sometimes get this in Cali, don't you? Tommy Thompson. Tommy Thompson! Harry. We are really, it's really closing in, man. I'm telling you. I feel like I'm being, because the visibility down there was much better when I got here. This is definitely, deteriorating. 737, I'm calling it. See if there's a little stubby undercarriage. Yeah, the Royal Flying Corps was quite interesting back in the war. Obviously, before the Royal Air Force was. This missile is now starting to wow. This missile is now starting to potentially affect things, Jilly, in terms of the first of all the mic. I think I'm going to have to do something with the mic. Yeah, it's. Some in the back of the van. Just wasn't expecting it at all. Thomas Cleary will fly KLM there. Oh, will KLM fly their 321 to Heathrow at any time? I don't know what the plans are. I mean, obviously, all of their 737s are going to be replaced with 321s, is it? Or 320s? Oh, is it? It's definitely 5 miles away in Brent Cross. Yeah, but that's the other direction. This is coming from the west, isn't it? This weather is coming in from the west. So let me just jump down. Ian, welcome. Ian R, welcome to Big Jet TV, brand new member. Good to see you, Ian. All of our members, by the way, can now access all of our previous members' shows, including all the first class and super class shows. So if you fancy a little bit of anchorage, help yourselves. I thought it was lining up. About 350 for a minute. And out of thin air, seems the show on Friday night went down quite well about the Air Canada and the 767 recall. That big giant tail towering over those other jets, man. Mark Atkins, thank you, Mark. Stephen Lagarde. Stephen Lagarde's tuning in from down under. Luby Lou, 2 777s in 8 minutes. LA girls, smooth. Joanna B. Do planes have fog lights? Negative, Joanna. Their lights are they are able to change the intensity of the lights. As far as I'm aware, there is a I wouldn't like to call it a dimmer switch, but there is an intensity switch on it. I'll let I think Screaming Emu's on the chat at the moment. I'll let him confirm that. But I think from what I've seen, when I've seen some aircraft activating their lights, but no fog lights per se, as far as I'm aware. It's just a case of intensifying the lights. Of course, those lights that you see on the wings and on the front undercarriage, the undercarriage lights are primarily taxi lights. Then, of course, you've got the wing lights, and those lights are obviously for the for visibility reasons, for helping the pilots. But the pilots generally rely on the instruments in conditions like these. Well, the non-flying pilot will rely on the instruments. The flying pilot will rely on the instruments, but he or she will also be keeping an eye out of the windshield to, when conditions like these come about, making sure that you've got the runway in sight. Keep that info coming. Qantas going to warmer climate, that's for sure. Reegs 747 cruiser over the top. What was it? Somebody there. AJ Aviation and Wildlife is a first class member. And can I say a big shout out to it was Sunny Schneider. Gave her a lift back to the airport. But what a lovely person Sunny Schneider is. Told me a bit about her background and what she does currently, which is a wonderful thing. Anything that involves helping wildlife or anything like that is a wonderful thing to be able to do. Ian Newton, good day to you. A little 767 pushing back there. Martin P. Just check the weather radar. The weather is barely moving, so this will be here for a while. Yeah, the winds are very, very light, if at all, to be honest with you. So yes, it will be sort of like just hanging around, as you can see, it is continually changing. There's the other end of the airfield, which we couldn't see 5 minutes ago. Screaming in. Some airlines have wigwags. See 737s with the almost like a string of lights underneath it, doesn't it? Has the option, I think, the 737 for a different type or different configuration of landing lights. Jimmy G, thank you. Loving the Friday night show. Looks like it's we're kind of getting to grips with it. Well, I am kind of getting to grips with it, while Jilly sits there and just sort of like chortles at me. Go on, go on. Yeah. Eva Nirvana, Squopey, Nick Gray, Kev Miller. Good afternoon. Gloomy day at London Heathrow, indeed. It's been gloomy here in the certainly in the UK for a number of days now. It's a gloomy day at Heathrow. Oh, Teresa Taylor, the poor weather is an anti-cyclonic gloom. Is that the official term for it? I like it. AJ Aviation and Wildlife. He's a returning member back to first class. Screaming Emu, we don't use our lights in daytime conditions like this at all. They're just for others to see. We use runway lighting for orientation on foggy days. Yes, indeed. You rely very heavily on the runway lighting, which is visible from a long, long way away. Long before we see these planes emerge out of the mist, folks. They already have the runway in sight because the lights are so intense, the runway lights that they use nowadays. Aaron Thomas, sad you missed it. Just had a Singapore cargo 747 take off. Well, I caught it through the gap, Aaron. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else there. Aidan Campbell, high pressure traps a layer of moisture near to the Earth's surface, and that brings a prolonged period of dull and cloudy weather, but with pockets of mist and fog as well. High pressure over the top of us then. Okay, trapping layers of moisture. There we go. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Tommy Thompson, we have Virgin A350-1000 training at Glasgow yesterday and today. Interesting. David Sheffield loved the Friday show. Fantastic. Paul Skilling. Beverly George. We missed Paul Skilling the other day, didn't we, when he went up to ARD. We were gonna go up there on Thursday, but it changed. The programme changed, so we missed him. Aaron, we didn't miss it. We caught it going through the gap. We were aware of the of its presence here. Caught it going through the gap, but that's about it. So we were aware of it. Alan Davies, cloud base at 5,000 to 6,000 feet. Blimey, could have fooled me. A minute. Six knots. Yeah, got to imagine the stack shots today. AJ Aviation, looking forward to the trip at the end of the month. Always a good show when you go to the 747 hub. Indeed it is. Looking at the conditions yesterday, nice and clear in Anchorage. Snowy, but clear. That's what we want. Stuart Ross, can Joe look? Essentially. Stuart Ross, can Jerry look down the runway to how the LED lighting on maximum intensity? No, I can't, Stuart. At this angle, we don't get to see the how intense the lighting is. Nice smoky start for that 767. Yeah, those old girls are really causing United some real issues with their engines. Not just engines, of course, but you know, I think they're quite fortunate that they've managed to get that maintenance shed here, old BA maintenance shed. So Stuart, unfortunately, no, can't look down the runway, my friend. Johan Heiner, good day to you, Joe. Nice. Yes, a bit of moisture on the runway there, man. Yeah, I read that the other day. Improved A380 reliability. I don't know if that's an old story, because from the way I see it at the moment, those 380s are causing BA some serious issues. If you look at the numbers in terms of the hours flown versus the time on the ground, it's quite distressing to see from an analyst's point of view. Rachel Lofthouse. Early birdie. You can see the runway lights on the paddock shows, yes. To an extent. Yes, you can. If I was at the eastern position today, worth a go, Jimmy, you know. Heading up to the eastern position. Yeah. I mean, the only problem I can foresee with doing that would be that we would have very little visibility in terms of... I wonder if it's worth just having a look for the touchdown. I don't think these are... Is Cat 1 the most intense, or is Cat 3 the most intense? Cat 1 is the lowest, potentially. The Mac Martin is a new member. Welcome, the Mac Martin. Ken and PJs. Michael K. The sun is coming out in Cork. Actually, who was it? Who was it? Neil P. Dalgo. Do you know what the issue is with the BA jet parked by the hangars on the A30 past Hatton Cross? It's been there for some weeks. Yes, Neil. I noticed when I was at the Hilton Garden Inn the other week that one of the leading edge slats had been removed, maybe as a result of damage by bird strike or whatever, or just a failed unit, and they were waiting to replace that said leading edge slat. Now, whether that's the same one, but I looked at it yesterday and it's now had its slat replaced. But whether that is that aircraft, I don't know, because they do swap out that position quite regularly. Yeah, I need to get some... Right, stand by folks, just putting me waterproofs on. Whoa, nose high. Whoa. Excuse me. forgive me for a minute, folks. I'm just needing to make a couple of Bob Fleming here. Just great shot. Okay, so that's all good. That's not in any issue, but we are going to have to take this off of here. Sorry folks, just covering up the camera. Oh, AJ Aviation Cat 3 most intense, there we go, thank you. So this might be Cat 1. Certainly got some wow, nice, man. That was nice. Flight Sergeant Karen, congratulations on your service, Flight Sergeant Karen. I don't know if that's RAF or sounds like it. Being a flight sergeant sounds very militaria to me. Thank you, AJ Aviation and Wildlife. Theo Smith's a new member. He's straight into first class, and Theo's going to be joining us in Anchorage next, later on in the week, in the month. Fishing with Mr. W, and that's Gary has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Gary. Right, before these get any wetter, let me put these trousers on. But are they waterproof? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we? Come on, lad. Come on, lad. Oh. Yeah. Getting some nice wing floof, man. Disappears off into the mist, comes through the mist, disappears into the mist. Which is old 787-800, look. It's an old banger, in it. Not really, but you know what I mean. Raining all over the world. No, someone just asked for a shout out for Flight Sergeant Karen. Yeah. It was somebody asking for a shout out for her. It's a milkman. Got any cheese? I did see Pinky as we were going live. Nice bit of adiabatic stuff going on here. Thermodynamics over the wings there, folks. Look it up. Oh, easy. There we go. Went for the flare. Sort of had to correct it slightly. Yeah, starting to make a mess of the runway now. On and on and on. Screaming Emu still processing what he saw at ARD. It's funny, man. It's funny. I tell you. Anyone who goes in there, it's like it's literally like stepping into another world. Well, the ideal world for an aviation person. It's very interesting. You see, I'm quite interested in when people pick a specific type of model, and you know, I don't always ask people, oh, what's the reason behind that? But it is quite interesting to see, you know, people's choices in models. Yes, it would, wouldn't it? No. Yeah. Screaming Emu, that will be a, oh look, one for you, mate. That will be by in-flight, won't it? The model that you bought yesterday, mate. That is an in-flight model, I think. Jim K, what's the itinerary for the Anchorage trip? 3 days. That's it. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about the flights, maybe? Ken D. Man. Well, Ken, you must have, on all times that we've mentioned ARD, you must have either had your ears, your fingers in your ears, or wow, we've done so much stuff with ARD. Maybe he's going to go, oh yeah, of course it is. Aviation Retail Direct, mate. And by the way, ladies and gents, wow. By the way, we don't have any sort of like, you know, we don't do any things, any sponsorship deals or anything like that, or anything. I just like going to ARD and mentioning them because it's literally like a candy store for planes. The most amazing place, and that's why I can't stop talking about it. But also, you know, with that is the fact that you've got good people in there. You can have a great chat with them, very knowledgeable as well, both on the historic stuff and the modern stuff, very much so on the historic stuff. Aviation Retail Direct originated at London Heathrow on the Queen's. I wasn't aware, that there was an entire upper platform area of the Queen's building where people could wander, and there were shops up there. There was multiple sort of like platforms where people could watch from different places. It wasn't just one spotting platform. A great sense of loss, obviously, that had to go because of the way that things move on in terms of, you know, the airport getting bigger, just growing, and unfortunately it was lost. But that's where they started. That's where Aviation Retail Direct started. And in fact, yesterday when I was in the shop, I looked down right at the bottom of one of the shelving units, one of the display units, and there was this lovely old 707 just sitting there on its own, no undercarriage. The undercarriage has obviously come off in time, but and it had in-flight written on it. And I said to Mark, so what's that 707 there then? He said, that's the first ever prototype model that Paul had made in China. And I was like, wow, that deserves to be in a much more prominent position than sitting down there on its own right at the bottom of the display cabinets, because obviously the further you go below eye line, the less likely things are to get seen, because obviously everything on the level with people's eyes. It's just that's what supermarkets and the brands actually fight for, is the position on the shelves, and everything that's at eye line are obviously going to get the most sales, if you see what I mean. Not so much the case with ARD, because there's so much stuff in there that, you know, if you're into aviation, you're just gonna look at everything. But that was the first time I'd seen it in all the times that I've been going to Aviation Retail Direct, I'm gonna ask Paul if he doesn't mind if we can sort of like create some kind of special place for it in the store, and store spaces at a premium in there, I'm telling you. Aidan Campbell went to, I guess, the upper deck at Heathrow in the 1990s. Got 2 Qatar 777s not far away, Aaron Thomas, thank you. Tony O'Reilly, good afternoon to you. Yes, Screaming Emu's legs are hurting from crouching down and looking through all the non-eye level stuff indeed. Absolutely insane. Margaret Burnett, yes. We all miss the Queen's building, but, you know, it's the way things progress, isn't it? You know, this airport needed to grow with the demand. Just is the way it is. Marianne Edwards, good afternoon to you. Captain Ron, Air fans, good afternoon. With that little bit of moisture on the runway means that we're going to get, oh, the hood's come off. Hold on a minute. That's not good. Helen Clapp, can you just go to the Heathrow in the terminal just to look at the planes? Well, you can't, Helen, for obvious reasons. However, if you get a bus to Heathrow, you can walk up via the outdoor escalators, and there is an undercover. There is an undercover area before you walk into the check-in areas. There is an area there where you can walk right to the end and watch the planes, watch across the terminals, and that's at Terminal 2. It was Terminal 2 for Lufthansa, wasn't it, Jilly, that you dropped me off the other day? Yeah, that's at Terminal 2. Slow down, son. Terminal 5, you can again do that, because you can get a bus to Terminal 5, and on the outside you can walk up to the very far end where the drop-off area is, and there are some areas down there which are not official, but no one's gonna, you know, if you're obviously you're not going to take your car up there, and you know, you need to. Oh yeah, you could park and pay, but that's going to cost you a little bit of money, I would imagine. But yeah, the best way, I would say, would be get a bus to Terminal 5. Easy, son, easy. Just a little bit of instability. Oh yeah, well, you wouldn't want to go to a smoker's area, would you? Yeah. So Helen, yes is the answer. You can go to Heathrow. I don't know about that. I don't know if you'd get moved on if you had a big camera. Not sure about that. I don't know what the ruling is, to be honest with you, but there are a couple of areas. I mean, outside of T5, where the loop comes off of the inner ring road, there's a grass bank there where quite a few people go. It is obscured by the pod railway, though, unfortunately. Yeah. Nick Gray, that's very funny, man. Chock full of... Oh, there's another one coming out thin air. All the way from hell. What's that? Oh, he did what we did. He did what we did. Yes, yes. What is? Yes. Easily done. Once you know the way, you know the way. Tony E-Bike Man, E-Bike Me Junior, Kev Miller. Look at that visibility, man. Sunshine and blue skies in the Midlands, Jill Perry saying. Wow. It's quite long, isn't he, this guy? Look how long he is, man. Wow, he's going to hit the TDZ? Just about, man. Inside the touchdown zone. There's your last one there. Lee Hodges, how can you get to the grass area by the loop? Well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't know because I haven't been there. But I would say that you would have to walk there somehow. You can get a bus, one of these buses that runs along the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter road. But where you get dropped off, I'm not sure. There are bus stops along the route. Would involve a little bit of walking. And you know, like I say, during the summer months, I have seen people pitched up there, more than one. You know, saw somebody up there with a tripod once as well. But like I say, it's you are limited to what you can see. Air Algiers 737, high speed, very nice indeed. Nice power delivery, man. Windsock's doing very little, Barry. It's perked up a little bit. It has perked up a little bit. There are but only very slight. Very slight. Is it 5 knots? Is it 5 knots per segment with the sock? I think something like that. Sandy Humpy, good afternoon. Paul Birchall. Grass bank by T5, walk out of T5 arrivals by Cafe Nero. Yeah, I know. Walk, and that's turn right. Yeah, walk out of T5 arrival, turn right, walk past the taxi rank queue, and you will see it on the left. I don't think it's as easy as that, because you can't walk down that access road. I think you'd have to access it from the road itself, because the bank is visible there. As far as actually coming out of, because I don't think you're allowed to walk down the access road, and that's the only way, unless of course you go down at T5 down to the bottom where the bus area is, come out of there and turn right and walk down past. There's a Hilton hotel there where you can if you walk past that, I'm guessing that's your best bet. Tight, this stuff. Very tight. It's all very tight. Hold on. Take my hat off. Wait, see if that makes any difference. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I think I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Did I? Well, we're getting. Yeah. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Because of the tightness of this hood, I'm going to change. I'm going to switch to my other headset. Don't like this one. Switch to this one here. Qatar. Stand by, just switching headset, GP. Hello? 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 Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. There we go, that's better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. Yeah, still got some ideas planned around the whole flight sim with Avion up at Stansted, folks. Stansted or Luton? Stansted. Luton, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, it's Luton. Yeah. There's the old workhorse there. Look, Sean Pascal tuning in from East London. Les S. Yeah. Yeah, these are the longer they keep these 767s in service, the more, they're going to have issues with in terms of engine reliability. It costs a lot of money, that does. Yeah, decent flight with Lufthansa again the other day. However, once again, second time that it's happened with me, where my bag has not made it onto the plane. But very weird set of events that came about with that flight, because I checked in very early, about 3 hours early, it has to be said. I think it was, wasn't it, Jilly? Didn't I have about 3 hours to go? And I checked my bag in, and then when I made it to London, I went to the cashier number 5, please. I went to the tramlet. Oh, there he is! Watch all the pinky things come up. Always does a little run across there, doesn't he? Never towing anything, is he? Everybody frantically searching for the pinky emoji right now. Do something, pinky! Yeah, problem with Lufthansa. I don't know. I don't know what it's related to. It's a bit of a long story, to be honest with you. I don't want to sort of like you know. I'll try and keep it as brief as I can. But basically, I checked the bag in. Went to the lounge. Spent an hour or so in there, or a little bit longer, maybe. I don't know. Boarded the flight, everything was good, had no messages from Lufthansa or anything like that at that stage, from what I could see anyway. Flew on one of these, which I have to say looked quite tatty now. They're quite old, these things now, aren't they? You know, 5, 6, 7 years old, some of these jets. Wow. But then when I got back to Heathrow, after a great flight, very quick through passport control at London Heathrow, etc., all very good, very quick, very rapid. Went to the carousel number 5. Carousel number 5, please. Where everybody was waited. And then it didn't come out. So I'm on the phone to Jilly. I'm like, oh God, here we go again, Jilly. And she's like, okay, don't panic. Let me just check. Jilly went on the app. I didn't look at my phone. I didn't see any notifications from anybody at that stage. But anyway, she said she looked on the app, had to download the app, but looked on the app and saw that my baggage was at the airport. It had arrived at the airport. Where's he going? American turning back. Is he turning back, or is he just come out of gate, or is he coming up this way? I think he's coming up this way. Yeah, but interestingly, so anyway, it didn't come out. The bag didn't come out. And I was like, oh, let me go and just check over at the oversized stuff, because my bag is, you know, to some airport folks, you would probably understandably classify it as oversized, but it isn't oversized. It's just a large. It's no bigger really than a lot of cases that you see. It's not a case. It's well, you've seen it anyway. But. So I went over to there, nothing there. Went back over there, still nothing there. So I went to the party in the county jail. Prison man was there. Went to. This is getting a bit long in the tooth, this story, isn't it? Went to the lost baggage people. Bear with me. Went to the lost baggage people. And he very kindly, they're very efficient, I have to say, the lost baggage folks at London Heathrow, very, very efficient, looked on the system and he said, oh, your bag's on number 8, mate. I'm like, eh? He says, yes, it's on bag number, it's on it's on number 8. I'm like, oh, well, it was supposed to be on number 5, because that's where they told me the Frankfurt flight was. No, it's not. It's on number 8. On number 8. And I looked over, and there it was, all on its own, crying. So I picked it up, wiped the tears from its eyes, and we took it. And that was it. So I had received my bag. However, here's the really weird, sort of like spooky bit of it. the next morning, I looked on my phone, there was an email and a text message from Lufthansa saying, we are very sorry, but your bag didn't make the flight. Please check with your lost... Wow. Check with your the baggage folks at your receipt at the terminal. So I'm like, okay, that's a little bit interesting. So the only thing that we can possibly put it down to was the fact that it may have been put on an earlier flight, because there was an earlier flight, but that flight was like 2 hours before, wasn't it, Gilly? So a bit of a mystery behind that whole thing, but bottom line is that unfortunately, second time I've had the situation with Lufthansa. Once when I came back from Anchorage, where I was connecting, that was the Condor. That was the Condor flight, wasn't it? Anyway, that's the end of that. The bag had been there for ages, man. It was just literally all on its own, just sitting on the... Probably had about, you know... Oh, I don't know. I'm not even going to try. Why have I brought that thing up again? Of course, the rules and regulations, not so much the rules and regulations, but the systems are changing literally week by week with the airports in terms of security and what you can and cannot take through the security check through in terms of liquids and laptops out of your bag or in your bag, etc., etc. America is kind of still all much the same in terms of shoes off, but there are new systems at Heathrow and some other airfields, airports that I've been to, where you don't have to take liquids out of your bag. I'm pretty sure that some of the new Heathrow systems that they're using mean you don't have to take liquid out, and you don't have to take your laptop out of your bag either. Laptops, iPads, all that kind of thing, blah blah blah. Oh, go on son, get it down. There we go. Hey, little bit of right hand drift there, man. Well, you know, you just think ahead, don't you? You think of, oh God, here we go again, man. Very funny, Eagle Atlanta. Yeah. Of course, you know, I'd rather the bag go missing on the way back than go missing on the way there. I'm very lucky. I've actually, funny enough, the last time I was in Anchorage, it didn't arrive, did it? Oh my God, no, please. Yeah. Yes. Delta are very, very good. Wow, right down the yes, I know, as the go around. as the touch and go. Yes, it was almost an identical shot for the. You should stop timestamp that one, Jilly, and we'll do an example of it, because it was. So there may be. It may be. Look, there is a little bit of breeze there, and I'm thinking that these guys are not being caught out, so to speak, but sort of like having to be a little bit careful, or it's a nice jet. Don't often see that. I've seen that in a while. Oh, Roger has made a comment about Pinky, apparently. I missed it whilst... Oh my God, that's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. The irony of why it was done. Yeah, I don't think we should... No. Yeah, the irony. Is that a fact, Roger? Yes. That is really funny, man. So I imagine that Pinky will come back at some point once the task has been completed. Beverly George, Sri Lankan, looking smart. Yeah, see the crews here at the Renaissance from time to time. Bumped into them before when I've been inside the Renaissance. Actually got a card from one. Actually, it was, I think the last time was up at the courtyard where I saw him last time. Dale Hawks flying out to MCO on Tuesday, looking a bit gusty, not helping with the nerves. Oh, Dale, no, embrace it and enjoy it. You're in safe hands, mate. You're in very, very safe hands. Don't panic. See, there you go, getting tipped over on its right side again. Are they overcompensating? Maybe is that an input thing there? I don't know if anybody can, any of our pilots on board right now can confirm whether that's an input. Obviously, it is an input thing, but is it an overcompensation input? Vinny 350, misty, Vinny. Misty, not foggy. Mind that! You stupid boy. What's that? The McMartin. You guys are really lucky where it's not a crime to stand near an airport and watch the action. Well, I think really that is Rick Grinstead. Is he from East Grinstead? Good point. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are new to what they're seeing here in terms of aviation. But one of the noticeable things that people probably ask, in fact, it's quite a common question, is it? What is the hole at the back of the plane? And that is the exhaust outlet for the auxiliary power unit. Now, these aeroplanes that you're looking at here, the twin engine ones here, like that Dreamliner, it actually does have 3 engines, and the third one is the auxiliary power unit, the APU, which is situated in the back of the aircraft. Most aircraft have the APU in the back. Some military aircraft and like MD-11s, DC-10s, they are still in the back, but in a different place, the outlet, should I say. This is nice. All right, nailed it, nailed it. Yeah, it's obviously not an engine that's as big or as powerful as the engines that are on the wings. However, it's a decent enough sized engine, the kind of engine that you're likely to find on, you know, a prop aircraft, like a turboprop aircraft, because it is an engine that generates air, compressed air, to the air starters, or in this instance where you're looking at this Dreamliner, it actually delivers electricity to the engine starter systems, but generally it's an auxiliary power unit that creates compressed air, because the starter unit to start the wind up of the engines needs that, and once those engines are started, they will shut the APU down. Sometimes you'll see aircraft sitting at gate with the APU running. Obviously, you know, many operators trying to eliminate the need for running the APU when the aircraft is at gate. However, because the aircraft needs to be powered up when it comes to gate, so all these aircraft that are sitting at gates need some kind of power, a bit like plugging them in. Interesting that I read actually the other day about the ports of Portsmouth. I think Southampton already have it, but they are laying down electrical systems, like power systems, so that ships, when they're at berth, can shut the engines down so they don't need to pollute the atmosphere and sit in there at idle, and also wear the engines out, but so that they can actually plug them in, you know, I know it sounds a bit crazy, you know, just plug a great big ship, but that's literally more or less what they do. And we've seen in the past, quite a lot of times actually, that the underneath the aircraft, there is an electrical power feed, which is that one there. You can see that one there. You see the lines going up behind the undercarriage there. That's a ground power unit. So there's a generator there that you can see below where the lines go into. Obviously that ground power unit is either a diesel powered unit or sometimes plugs into the airport feed, so as to not run the APU. Obviously all these modern airports are looking for ways to minimize the amount of time that these engines are run. A number of operators, in fact most operators, to be honest with you, certainly with the smaller engines aircraft, you know, the single aisle jets, generally tend to shut one engine down once they've landed and are taxiing. It might seem like a very minimal, small amount of you know, time that the engines are shut down. like from the moment they land to the moment they go to gate. But let's face it, some of these jets like those two there that you're seeing, whether they're going out, I don't know, whether they're waiting for gate, but sometimes you'll get an aircraft sitting there waiting for the gate to free up, and all that time burning fuel. So they will shut one engine down, and also on the way out, Virgin have been doing it for many, many years. In fact, I think airlines in general have been doing it for many, many years, where they will start one engine and then start the second engine when they're on their way to the runway, depending on how busy they are, of course. Because you do need to allow a certain amount of time for the engine to spool up and warm up, so to speak, and be operational, because you don't want to be sort of like starting an engine right at the beginning of the, just as you're about to enter the runway. You need to start it up sometimes when they're taxiing up to go out of 27 right, which we're looking at here. You'll see them starting their number 2 engine at somewhere like this, and I've noticed it many, many times when flying, especially with BA. Rachel Van Zeller. Yeah, it's quite a common practice. We've seen the ATRs here, and of course Rachel talking about the Dash 8s, I think they are, in or Dash, is it Q200s or 400s, that will shut down a prop, easily taxi on one engine. Screaming Emu, I frequently have the FO start the APU on taxi in because I don't like having a motor. Yeah, you'll find that more or less almost, that's part of the shutdown landing procedures, or what Screaming Emu is talking about there, that these pilots here will now be checking their exit point. Once the exit point has been checked, they're so familiar with this airport that they'll know their procedures will be done like clockwork. So the aircraft will be reconfigured, flaps will go up, slats will come forward, spoilers down, etc, etc. And then at that point they may start the APU about now, potentially. But I don't know, it's sometimes different company procedures, isn't it? They might tell them don't start the APU until you are literally at gate or near to it. And again, it seems like a small amount, a short amount of time, but you add that up over a year with millions of hours of aviation, you'll find that there will be a huge amount of savings in terms of fuel, and also the ecological impact. That's right, ecological. I don't like having a motor running at the gate waiting for ground power. Oh yeah, a motor running as in, he's talking about one of the engines, therefore Screaming Emu. Stuart Ross, some airport operators are using the GPU feed as an extra service, which is compulsory, and charge the airline for how many kilowatts they've used whilst connected to their said GPU. Yeah, like I say, there are, well, interesting, yeah. So I kind of know what you're talking about there. These jets that you see at gate here, relatively quick turnaround. They will be hooked up to the ground power units, the GPU. But when I say a GPU, that's a generator over there, but that you see there. But there is a, we saw it the other day when I was waiting for a plane, from T2, sorry. Where you could see the ground power electrical feed being supplied, but that feed will I mean, I have got on a plane before, one of these narrow body jets. I've been on one of these planes where I've boarded, and the aircraft has started the APU. Because obviously they need the APU to start the engines. You could potentially start the APU from a ground generator, but that has to be a compressed air generator, does it not? Not an electrical feed generator. Very interesting, you see. Anticyclonic gloom. No, somebody mentioned it earlier, Julie. Yeah. Sergio and TNO, brand new member. Welcome, Sergio. Wow, Dave Beeler. Tanks in World War II, like the Sherman, used radial aircraft engines for PO power. Oh. Paul Skilling has gifted a membership. Thank you, Paul. Very kind of you, mate. Yeah, very gloomy, murky conditions here at Old London Heathrow. Very warm welcome, and you'll see these wonderful aeroplanes. Rachel Vans and I know Rex with their Saab 340s will keep one engine running. Yeah, they generally tend to do that. It is a company policy around the world in terms of saving the company fuel. I mean, you imagine how many millions of litres of fuel are being saved from companies shutting engines down early and starting engines late. Sergio. Good to see you, Sergio, and everybody else, anybody else who's a new member today. Get involved if you want to. Ask questions. Feed me with information. Any gossip that you might have heard through the grapevine or online, or any news. Hodgie has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Brymo, APU starts only require DC electric power. Ah, interesting. Okay, so yes, you can start the APU with an electrical feed. Right. Okay. That's interesting. Remember when we were at Dallas Fort Worth the other week, and we heard that APU, a ground power unit running compressed air into one of the air stars. I think it's certainly what we heard, but that's interesting. Thank Brymo. Thank you so much. You see, there we go. This is a perfect example, folks. Brymo. I've never read that out before, and he or she have just come in and given us that information, which is exactly the kind of thing. Oh, they're a brand new member. Okay, there we go. Brymo, thank you for getting involved and letting me know that. That's great information. So you can start the APU using an electrical feed. In fact, that kind of makes sense, because that's how they start it on the plane when they're on a flight deck, isn't it? They started with an electrical batteries, isn't it? Yeah, on board there. I should have really known that, to be honest with you. That's a bit of a, you know. Of course, there are batteries. There is a main battery source on the aircraft that feeds components, but generally is used also for the starting of the auxiliary power unit. That then creates compressed air for the starters, or in some cases with the Dreamliner, with the Trent 1000 and the Gen X engine, an electrical feed for starting the motors. Steve Crawford, remember the Electra used an air compressor to start the engines? Yeah. Well, the Electra, that's the early the earliest sort of turboprop, wasn't it? The Electra. Chad Hart, Brymo. Warm-up time is dependent on engine manufacturer. Yes, typically 5 minutes, if not run in the last 4 hours. Yeah, so they need to, when they're starting what he's talking about there possibly is that when they're taxiing to the runway and they're going to taxi on one engine and then start the secondary engine up, they have to time it perfectly. If there's a big long queue of aircraft like New York or something like that, you can, oh, easy, easy. Ah, Brymo's a 330 captain. Thank you, sir, for coming in and giving us that info. So you obviously, what he's talking about there, you need at least 4 minutes of running time for the engine to bring itself up to the right temperatures and all the pressures, oil pressures, etc. You don't want to be doing that sort of thing when you're entering a runway. That kind of stuff is done during taxi, but not always. Brymo, maybe 330. I do know that I've spoken to Virgin 330 pilots, and they taxi on one engine. I think it is company policy. Start one engine on pushback, and start the second engine depending on. You know, it's down to really pilots' discrepancy, isn't it, in terms of where they are positioned in the lineup to go out. If it's very busy, they can leave that single engine idle for a while, but they must, like he says, run at least 4 minutes. Allow for that engine to be running for at least 4 minutes before they actually take off, so to speak, or push the thrust levers forward. Thank you, Brymo. Hugh Taylor, it was once claimed that Concorde used the same amount of fuel to taxi from its stand to the end of the runway as it took a Boeing 757 to fly from Heathrow to Aberdeen. You know what? That doesn't surprise me, man. That's a crazy factoid. I love that. Thank you, Hugh. It was once claimed. Well, let's see if we can get the truth about that. So, how much fuel would it take to fly a 757 from Heathrow to Aberdeen? Probably 4 tons, maybe? Would you allow 4 tons? Yeah, that's one aircraft you definitely couldn't taxi on one engine, or 2 engines, or 3 engines even. Yeah, they all had to be lit and ready. Oh, is that a little bit of a gap there? Can you see that slice there? Or is that just me being a bit hopeful? Hodgie, what did he say? What did you say? Digital David. Dave Beeler, to maintain ETOPS certification, APUs require a cold soaked air start every so many days and must be recorded on that aircraft's log. Well, you know what, Dave, it's great that you mentioned that, because that falls into the discussion that we had on the Friday night show about what they're going to have to do to those 767s in order to bring them back to airworthiness, because obviously, you know, these things have been sat in an environment, albeit nice and dry, but in an environment where the aircraft has had no running or anything like that. They've just been sat there in long-term storage. Which was the airfield in the end that we figured it out, Julie? It was easy, son, easy. Mojave, was it Mojave? No, Victorville. Was it Victorville? Yeah. But yes, he's mentioning there to maintain ETOPS certification. Dave Beeler saying there, extended twin engine operations. In other words, all these aircraft that you're looking at here have a certification on them, as well as all the other certifications. But they have a certification on them that enables them to fly over water on one engine for an extended amount of time. So in other words, if they were halfway across the Atlantic and they lost an engine on one of these 777s or 350s or whatever, the aircraft would still be able to fly for around about another 6 hours or however long it is before they're able to either divert or come back to where they from whence they came. But so yeah, it's quite interesting, that whole discussion. But what Dave's saying there is interesting and related to those Air Canada 767s, in as much that those engines, in order to maintain the engine's capabilities, they need to be run at idle at least once every 30 days, I believe, and completely covered up and protected from foreign objects, dust, especially dust in an environment like that, because it gets windy and it gets cold, so you'll get moisture and sand and all that kind of stuff. So those engines that are coming off those 767s, when they put them through D checks, they will have to spend at least 10 million on those aircraft, I think. Whether that includes refurb or what, because you can't put a 5-year-old airliner back into service without changing the interior, because I think it will be not mouldy but smelly, you know. So the interior will need to be completely stripped out. But luckily for Air Canada, they do have 767 freighters, which they converted themselves, which we showed you on the Friday night show. Some quite interesting stuff there. Look at the floof on that, man. It's the Aziz Express, sorry. Hodgie, yeah, sorry, he's going to. Wow. Making a right old mess of that runway, son. Wow. Hodgie's heading down under. Have a good time, mate. And heading out down to Australia in the Cathay Pacific 900, A350-900 via Singapore. Okay. Dave, thanks. You know, I mean, I could talk about that kind of stuff all day long, but luckily with Air Canada having already got 767s in service and therefore probably got a number of spare engines, although they probably haven't got 4 spare engines, those engines are going to have to come off those jets and be completely broken apart and overhauled. Whether they will actually be able, after 4 years of 5 years nearly of having not being run, I think they may need to be swapped out, because the other thing that you need to consider that I mentioned on the show the other day was that if you're an airline and you have an aircraft that has an engine issue, and the engine needs to come off the wing, if you can't do an on-wing repair, if it has to come off the wing and be sent to the whomever does your maintenance. Luckily some of these operators do have their own engine houses. Yeah, nice little burst of energy there. Yeah, those engines, in order to overhaul them, they would probably have to wait about a year before they got them back. And of course, with Air Canada wanting to put these things into operation a lot earlier than that, by sort of like they're talking about January next year, they will probably have to take spare engines. And look at that, 2 Air Canada jets pushing together. They will probably have to rely on spare engines that are already in their inventory, I'd imagine, in the spares. Michael K, flown on that plane. Well, well, well. And of course, the other question is whether they're going to repaint these 767s. One thing's for sure, they're going to have to go through a significant amount of maintenance. Think about the undercarriage, man. Wow, he's missed all these guys are... Wow, he was right on it there, man. See if we can see the flaps being extended. Okay, so that 777 has not yet extended its flaps. It's not as much as what you that you would see. Flaps would only be at sort of like 1 or 2, would they? Something like that. So it's not something that's that noticeable when they go out, unless you're on board the aircraft, where you get the where they wind them with screws. I love that sound, man. I love all airport sounds, man. I love planes. A Ravandi Sai, no go-arounds just yet. I don't want to be scared about 767s, to be honest. You're in good enough hands, man. These aircraft are start-up. It's a Boeing, they don't have flaps 1 or 2, it's like flaps 8, flaps 12, flap 15 and flaps 25. Okay. Is that in degrees then, or percentages? Or... Should get that guy doing an F&F check while he waits, or she waits, for the Air Canada 767 that's just pushed in front of him. Barry Price. Oh, start up number 1. We can make a bit of noise, this guy. Nice. Oh yes, degrees. Sorry, there we go. 8 degrees. There we go. So sorry, screaming at me. Yeah, Boeing uses degrees, whereas Airbus uses numbers, doesn't it? Chris Clark. Love watching live streams from Yorkshire Dales. Wow. Thick fog on one side of the hill and bright sunshine on the other. Flaps now extended. Yes, I saw it. Oh, yeah, I saw it. I know, man, I know. And that was a big grass fire as well, wasn't it? It wasn't a little one that they could put out in 5 minutes. It was massive, man. That spat some very hot things out, didn't it? Yeah! Yeah, that CFM56 spat some seriously hot pieces of metal out of the side of its engine in Sydney, man. Sounds like a compressor failure of some sort. Managed to continue the takeoff roll and come back though, didn't they? Lowlanders gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Lowlander. Dun, dun, dun. Now you can see the flaps extended on that 777. KC Rallying Planes, yes it is, and it is an Air Canada 787 as well, in front of the Go Canada. Luby Lou, Emirates 380 in the Lambourne hold, arriving in 11 minutes. Thank you, Luby Lou.
Cashier number 4, please.
Hold on a minute, this guy looks a little bit offline. Oh no, just my... it's a little bit off centre line. Couple cuts. Skilling that jet off to Vancouver, the one in the foreground. 777 with Go Canada. Yes, that's related to the. Is that related to the Olympics? No screaming in you. That's. When you hear cashier number 4, it's normally related to post offices. They stopped doing it though, didn't they? They stopped doing it. I did suggest the other day to the check-in, well not the other day, but on my flight out to, what was my last American? Dallas Fort Worth, wasn't it? When I went out on BA, wasn't it? Flew on the 380, checked in there, and the thing was that I, you know, having a moment of sort of like, you know, observation, and seeing all the in the business section on the left-hand side when you walk in the T5, there's a big section there with all the check-in folks there, and the each check-in has got like a somewhere you could quite easily put a post. You know when you go in the supermarket and they have the green light on, or the orange light, or the red light, or something like that, when they need like their age verification and all that sort of thing. Very easy to do. I suggested it to the lady, and she said, "Oh, we were thinking of doing that, but it didn't happen in the end." I'm like, "Okay, wonder why that is then." But it just means it's much more easier for as soon as the cashier, I mean the check-in person becomes available, the automatically the light goes on or something like that. It's not a manual thing. I think, oh, slightly early on the flare there. Wow, look at that. Seen some odd landings today, I have to say. You know, I did suggest that potentially you could quite easily fit a gonna have a nice big pushback on this 777 any moment now. You could easily fit indicator lights on the next to each check-in desk, because obviously it's quite obscured, and you know, with the check-in desk that's next to that check-in desk, the computer screen, their monitors are sort of like in the way, and the apparatus that's there is sort of like obscuring whether you can see whether that person is available or not. And you can sometimes, and they lean behind the other one, go, "Hello, over here," and you're like, "Oh, blimey." But anyway, I just thought that it might be a way to improve things for British Airways in their check-in procedures. Would like to get some kind of nice bit of thermodynamic action happening on these wings here, folks. Interesting to hear that British Airways have cancelled another two routes, two international routes linked to their Dreamliner problems, which is one of them was nice. One of them was Kuwait. Temporarily, this is. Obviously, these were 787 routes that they used. So Kuwait on the British Airways roster has been slashed temporarily, not permanently. And another one, where was it, Chile? It was Kuwait and Riyadh or something like that, or I don't know. Jamsani's upgraded to first class. Jamsani going to be joining us in Anchorage. Couple of nice jets pushing back here. Neo. Synchronized pushback. Bahrain, that was it. Bahrain. Thank you, Michael White. See, that's why I rely on you guys so much. So that's the 350 engines firing up. Chadhar, Jasmine. Russell. We don't film on Saturdays, Russell, in general. Sorry, mate. Showed off your control tower the other day, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that I've got it lit up. I've lit it up. I've lit the tower up. Aaron Thomas 380. I'm guessing that's Emirates still in the hold. Air Canada 777 on the push. Or is it? They turned that jet round super quick, that Air Canada triple, or are they taking that to a remote stand? No, I know, suspended. But those flights will be cancelled for those folks, won't they? To note. Stuart Scale models also upgraded to first class so that I can join you live in Anchorage. Watched your show from there earlier this year. Love the variety of military and civil aircraft. Yeah, civilian aircraft. Yeah, absolutely brilliant, mate. That is fantastic. Thank you, Stuart's Scale models. Scale. I'm desperate to do a live show one day from a large-scale radio-controlled show. Generally, they happen in Germany. It has to be said. No, that Air India jet is pushing to go. But I haven't. Oh, Air Canada start. aerodynamics and capitals. Yeah, but I think the but I think the 380 might be the big one. Yeah, the one that's in the hold, still in the hold, I think. Ian Hanna used to love it in the old days when Heathrow was fogged in before all the advanced technology and flights diverted into Prestwick. Wow. Chris Clark's gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Chris. Kelly S is a returning first class member. Welcome back, Kelly. And Nick Bow is also a brand spanking, I think, new member with Big Jet TV. Good day to you, Nick. Hope you're well. Thank you, everybody. We've got a new pilot. Well, it is a new pilot, isn't it? Was it Jim? We're going to have to write all these ones down, Jilly, because I forget them all. Jim, no. A330 pilot, A330 captain, isn't he? Did it? Brymo, that's it. Brymo is our, I think I'm right in saying our latest pilot to join Big Jet TV. Great to see you, Brymo. Thank you so much. Appreciate your supporting the channel, but also coming in and giving us info, man. Love all of that. Also thinking, folks, I don't know if is Ben about? Is young Ben about? Need to speak to him, don't I? Yeah. Yeah, Sarid, you don't know what we know. It's just what I would say about that particular gentleman. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I won't say any more than that, Sarid, because I don't like to muddy the waters, but off on a fag break. Off on a fag break. Yeah. It is amazing how many people in this industry have what can you call it, Jekyll and Hyde personalities. I think that's a good one, isn't it? Go on, son. Yeah, little do people know. Certainly get the old curtain switching if we were to open the floodgates, but I'll never do that. I'll never do that because we're not that kind of people. Another example of a jet that's been cleaned in certain places. So obviously that's been into a maintenance hangar and had some work done on the horizontal stabilizer at some point, because obviously when they're inspecting, maybe even just an inspection on the stabilizers, because that's a trim stabilizer as well on the horizontal stabilizer at the back of the aircraft there. It's not just the elevators that are obviously attached to the horizontal stabilizers, but you can see there where there's a certain amount of trim that's usually created by the onboard computers. I think they input a certain amount of trim for the takeoff. You should see the trim on a bleeding MD-11, mate. It's flipping unbelievable. About 40 degrees. Now the APU is powered by one of these type of engines, folks, which is quite crazy, isn't it? watch the pitch change. There it is. Now, depending on the pilot, I think it's company policy with these guys, they will shut one of the engines down. He'll turn left any moment now. Has he made that exit? Yeah, he has. No, he hasn't. Yes, he has. Cheat, maybe. Oh, blimey. It's a good job they made it and all. They'll probably shut one of those engines down. You'll see an example of that in a little bit. From the Isle of Man, Aaron Thomas, thank you. Michael K. Carol H. Loving Logan Air. Yeah, you've got to love a prop amongst all the big heavies, EGPXA. Good contrast. Love that. See the guide vanes in the engine reversers. Angled slightly forward. Going to be probably shutting down the number, I think it's the number 1 engine, is it? Because I think the number 2 is the one that they use to start the number 1 with, possibly, or the other way round. I know one has a torque setting on it or something like that that they use to start, because it doesn't have an APU, obviously. I think it only has its own sort of like inbuilt system on the I'm not quite sure exactly. I don't know if somebody can explain that to me, but quite a look at the pitch angle of those engines, man. Isn't that crazy? Bruce Motu, yes indeed. Oh, Carol's son flying the ATR potentially. Shut down the I think the number 1 engine is shutting down, isn't it? Or is it the other way around? No, number 2's, no, he's feathered the number 1. See the number 1 props? Or it's the other way round. It looks to me like the number 2 is actually the one that's, yeah, spinning down. There we go, the number 2, there we go. The number 1 is running. Brimo, mate, thank you so much. Your desire to learn about the industry is wonderful, and sharing knowledge dispels misconceptions. Thanks for that, Brimo. Yes, indeed. Yes, we are here and we are practical and we are honest in everything that we do, and we are very humbled. Hotel mode, there we go, Carol's saying. I heard that before, where it's on a brake system. So it's kind of running, but it's the prop, the shaft is on a brake system. Kevin P. Number 2 goes into hotel mode. Rab H. Jerry and acts as the APU. There we go. I did say that it has some kind of inbuilt system for starting the aircraft. You can see how the props are what's called what's called feathered, those props, where the pitch of the prop itself is controlled by onboard computers and also by the thrust levers as well, and all that kind of gubbins. Yeah, we're not going to miss the 380, mate, don't you worry about it. So you can see that left-hand engine is now stopped and feathered, where the props are turned head on into the wind. The leading edge of the prop is pointing forward. If you ever have to shut one of these engines down during flight, that's what they do. They feather the prop so that it doesn't windmill and potentially either spin off or damage the internals of the engine, because you don't want that windmilling, as they call it. But hotel mode, there we go, thank you for that. Screaming Emu, hotel mode basically detaches the prop from the gearbox, I believe, so the jet is running but isn't spinning the blades. There we go, fantastic. ATR with a dirty, great big engine in front of it. Aidan Campbell A380 is number 3 worldwide. The Mac Martin, have any of you flown on a turboprop? Lots of people on here have flown on turboprops. The only turboprop I've flown on, folks, is a Britannia. Get that? I think one of the first turboprop era aircraft, wasn't it? That and the Viscount. Of course, they took the turboprop technology and created the turbofan technology, and the rest, as they say, is history. Avro Arrow, yes, the hotel mode. First time he's heard it, and I tell you what, I've heard it before. As soon as I saw or heard that, I was like, yep. That's what he said. It was a term whereby, like I said, the number 2 engine, the right-hand engine, has its own inbuilt starting system. It's perfect for like remote airfields where they don't have. Thumbnail on the full reverse is chilly when it was just before it reached the Neen Road Junction sign. Left to the lights, mate. Left to the lights. Beautiful, beautiful shot, man. I wonder why it's called hotel mode, though. That'd be quite interesting. Anyone want to Google that? As in sleeping, maybe? Could call it sleep mode, couldn't they? Hotel mode, I quite like it. Or is it H for hotel, and the H stands for something? Wilma Harper, turboprops are great in good weather as they fly at lower heights, but not so great when it's bumpy. Oh, interesting. Nice. Now there's a few people who may be wondering what is that all about when the engines split apart like that. That is to expose the reverse segment, the reverser segment of the engine, where these guide vanes, they're literally guide vanes. So so instead of the low compressor at the front, you know, the fan blades themselves, normally they blow the air all the way through the engine. Part of it gets ingested for the combustion part of the engine. About 60% of it bypasses the engine, and that cold bypass air, when they apply the reversers, not on all jets but on a lot of them, there are doors that basically close off the back of the engine, the airflow system, and therefore push the air all out of the side of the engines, and that is it's not forwards. It is angled ever so slightly forward. However, it is more or less like a wall of air. almost like a bomb blast, you know, like an incendiary blast, where you get that, where a lot of the damage from an incendiary device is actually the air blast itself. And that's kind of what they do with these engines. This is a IAE powered, or is it? Might be a CFM. That's a CFM. Now he's got slide. There we go. They're the doors. They're the hinge doors. So basically the same sort of system where those individual doors will open up. They are called hinge door type, I think. Quite old, built by Safran, I think, those reverser systems on the CFM56. Also, you get to see them on the Trent 700 engine as well. And basically what those doors do, they open up and close off the bypass air, and therefore all the air gets diverted and blown out the side of the engine, and that creates a brake. That's a way of these aircraft slowing down. That's why you're so safe, folks, because you've got so many different ways in which you can slow the aircraft down. First of all, you've got what are known as the boards, the big ground spoilers. You sometimes see them in the air being used on descent for speed brakes. But as soon as he lands, watch this, the boards will come up. There they are on the wing. So they're the brakes. That's a part of the braking system. The engines are open. They're the IAEs with the sliders. And you can see the green elements in there which divert the air. And then, of course, you've got the brakes on the aircraft. So you've got three elements of slowing that aircraft down. So you're in very safe hands. It's drying up, Jilly. It's brightening up. I can... Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. I'm just saying, we'll be doing cruises in a minute. Oh, okay. Very interesting. I'm going to say non-member, but Clive, thank you so much for explaining that. The hotel mode was originally, or somebody else as well, Alex, I think, Alex and Clive mentioning about hotel mode and why it was originally called hotel mode. Or actually, he's saying possibly. Originally, it was when cruise ships were pulling into port, they disengaged the propellers but kept the power running, thus effectively turning it into a hotel. A floating one, that is. Yeah, and Alex says more or less the same thing. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. I don't think we're going to forget that in a hurry, are we? Hotel mode. I'm not going to be saying to you, Chili, what is it they call it? So yeah, what was it? Anyway, there are a number of, well, there are actually two, really. Two systems of reverser systems that you see on these jets. There are still aircraft out there, even modern day private jets using a bucket reverser, which but that's very rare to see on these bigger commercial jets, unless you come to Anchorage and you see the DC-9s, of course. But all these guys here that you're looking at will use the slider mechanism. You can see the engine there is made up of three separate segments. The cowls, that is. The front part is the leading edge cowl, which is the nacelle. Then you have the core cowls, which are the inspection cowls, and then the back segment is the piece that slides back to expose those reverser. So now you get an idea, and it's great to see it when it's wet as well. Wow, you can even see planes going off, Jilly. Look at that, for all of 5 seconds. Oh. Well, definitely clearing up. Definitely clearing up. See an aircraft. Oh, listen to that. Listen to that. Oh, what is that? 200 or something? I think it's a 200 as well. It's great when it's wet. You get to see exactly what the engines are doing, because it's a bit like being in a wind tunnel environment where you're using vapor to visible vapor to show you what's happening with the braking systems in the engines. Lana Q has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Lana. Wow, what's that? Brimo, spoilers destroy lift and improve weight on wheels, thus wheel brake effectiveness. Yes, that's another thing that I didn't mention, is that the inboard boards that you see coming up that are over the undercarriage, they also increase the pressure pushing down the wing onto the main undercarriage, and thus improving the braking and also eliminating potentially the chance of aquaplaning. But basically the inboard spoilers, once they're fully deployed, will create a tremendous amount of pressure on the main landing gear, and therefore effectively improving the braking by quite some amount, I think. And there they are. You see the two big inboard spoilers there. Now, you next time you in a very safe environment, of course, you're able to put your hand out of the window of a car and literally crank it, you know, like that. If you do that, it'll go that way. If you do that, it'll go that way. It's quite amazing, and even at sort of like a low speed, you do that. Obviously, be very careful and vigilant of what's around you and your surroundings, but the simple way of checking how an elevator or a ground spoiler or any type of flight surface works, it's quite simple as that. It's literally as simple as that for aerodynamics. And of course, once the spoilers are deployed, you have a tremendous amount of additional engine braking, of wheel braking, as well as obviously the air braking, the spoiling the lift over the wing, so as to make it stop it from trying to lift off the ground, if you see what I mean. Because there is a moment at point at which the aircraft becomes a ground vehicle, goes from being an aeroplane to being a vehicle. So this is the hinge door system. Watch it open up. Oh no, it's not. It's a slider. Yes, or a hotel, Jill Perry. Or a conference centre. Or a village hall. course, all that needs to be made possible by just before landing the aircraft, pitching it, or flaring it as they call it, pitching the nose up to flare the aircraft, and then once that whole maneuver is done, the throttles come back and almost to idle, so that the aircraft can sink nicely. It's all about sink rate. Indeed, Brimo, you are correct. Yes! Inboards are called ground spoilers, and the outboards are dual purpose and can also be used in the air and are called speed brakes. Yeah, you sometimes see them. It's, you know, when you're at the top of descent sometimes, where they need to bleed off quite a lot of speed for the descent, you may see the spoilers, the speed brakes, should I say, in that particular instance, being deployed quite high actually. And you feel the aircraft vibrating as they bring the speed down. Sometimes they can be deployed for quite some time, but the only other time you normally see them is during sort of like windy approaches, where the onboard computers will work with the input, the pilot's input, to maintain a stable aircraft in terms of the twist on the wing. So you will see those speed brakes ever so slightly lifting up along with the ailerons, the outboard ailerons. Sometimes on the 777s, when you're looking at them from behind in windy conditions, it's amazing to see the amount of work going on there with with all of the flight surfaces. Thanks, Brimo. I think I'll pick that for prosperity, Jilly. A 330 captain. Telling me you are correct. Yes. And I've learnt that. It's almost like a cheese grater in a funny sort of way, or a meat slicer. Looks like it from the outside. How? Yes, 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 yes. Very true, man. Yeah, yeah. In fact, almost to the point where it might be a little bit embarrassing, Jilly. Because the amount of times I used to get it wrong. This is a 787. No, it's not. It's a 767. or you know, but yes, I think it. Yeah. Well, we've come that far now where I've got fully qualified airline pilots saying that I'm correct. Which you know, if they thought I was an idiot, they wouldn't stay here for 5 minutes, really, would they? So there we go. I'm humbled and honoured, and like Jilly said, she said that I think you'll be amazed that when you look back at the old beginning of Big Jet TV, how much you've learned, and I've learned that through my own research, through my own, you know, visualization of what's going on, but also from my knowledge has grown through the folks on here. Really, Lawrence Cope has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Yes. Yeah, this and people regularly mention that. Look at the lift dropping off for that wingman. See even a little segment of that split aileron on the outboard section of the wing there being used as a ground spoiler as well, just to spoil the air, literally, as it says. But it is amazing to see the we can see it clearly from our position down at the eastern end of the airfield when we park ourselves down there. But unfortunately today, because of the visibility, which has now picked up, but it's too late to go down there now, isn't it? Because they'll be switching operations at 3 p.m. So another 51 minutes, folks, and we will be into departures. Now, I think today we're going to see a hell of a lot of thermodynamics or engine clouding or all that kind of stuff is going to happen on departures as well. So be ready for that. LATAM's triple. Wow. Wow. Egypt Air on the start. Carol saying she's just confirmed the ATR captain today is her son. So we're likely to see that go out on this runway. Wow, how cool is that? Oh, well, it's Chernoff. Commend you, Captain. Wow, fantastic. Thank you, sir. There's another one of our pilots, folks. Flew with FedEx, amongst other quality classic jets. We talk about classics, man. The good old days, DC-10s, early days of the MD-11, but early days with, you know, the DC-8s and stuff like that. Michael Yankee giving a shout out to whomever gifted him his membership. Congratulations, thank you, good to see you. And that's Lawrence Cope who's gifted a channel membership there. I think that might be from Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence, that's very kind of you, mate. Oh, Paul Skilling saying that was the Star Wars livery jet, Gilly, that LATAM jet. Now you might think that they are deploying reverse thrust there, folks, but a lot of the time these British Airways jets, oh hello, we definitely do have something going on here, don't we? Is that definitely a landside problem, I think, possibly, but some landside vehicles making their way to somewhere. Looks like this guy might be going to turn left. Is he going to turn left? No, he's going out the gate. He's going out the, I know where he's going out, by the Virgin. Maybe not. Okay. Norway. It's a Norwegian field, isn't it? Norwegian field? That's where the Bismarck was blasted, wasn't it? Trondheim. No? In a Norwegian field, anyway. There's another one. Yeah, there's definitely something going on. See anything on the roads, Jilly? See anything on the roads that might indicate a Oh, Trev Lyon, that's great. I wasn't aware of that. There are no other channels where actual pilots get involved and give great info. Well, I'm even more bleeding honoured in that case. Wow. Thank you. Ron Diego, dog unit. I can hear a cruiser over the top of me, man. Oh, look at this beautiful thing, man.
That was graceful, man. That was graceful. Oi! Fag break, fag break. Yeah. Okay, so we got. Interesting. Switch that. Let's see what this. Pardon me. See, that's why. Lost Tyrrell, usually get an airport emergency on a Sunday. Now watch the wing, folks. Look how flexed that wing is. Now watch when it lands. Let's focus in on the. Here we go. Watch the wing deflex. There you go. Look at that, man. It's got to be the most impressive flex wing in aviation, hasn't it? The Dreamliner wing. You know, the amount of flex that they've built into that thing, and of course, what's interesting is that the 777-9 wing is a carbon wing. I mean, I'll be honest with you, really. I mean, okay, the 777-9 is not a ground up design. However, based on the fact that they've changed more or less everything on the 777-9 and injected the 777-3 with steroids, it's fatter, it's longer, it's got a carbon wing, it's got new engines. Really, even though it's based on a current design, it's really a new aeroplane, isn't it? This is one for Brymo, isn't it? Big droopy undercarriage of the A330. It's Iran Air's 200 with Trent engines. Steph, thank you. Steph has gifted 5 channel memberships. What a lovely thing to do. Thank you, Steph. Okay. Now, this guy can't afford to do a go around, that's for sure. Back set down. Front set down. Speed brakes up. And of course, the other thing as well is that I think that on the A330, I don't know if Brymo can back me up on this, but I think on the A330, the speed brakes are auto set, so that when the wheels, when the weight is on the wheels, the boards automatically come up, unlike on some aircraft where you have to manually pull the speed brakes up. But I think final checks would be auto arm on the A330. Breeze 1470, why isn't that wing flex incorporated on all aircraft? Well, you know what's interesting, Breeze? It is. But it's just not as visible as the Dreamliner. All of these wings, this 330 that you're looking at now, look at the negative on that outboard wing section aft of the wing. That will flex up to around about 11 feet, I think. That wing at full takeoff speed, as will the 777, the 350, the 380. It's just not as visible in terms of the beauty of it, and I think part of that is down to just the wing design of the jet, but also maybe because it's a Londoner. No, maybe because it's a carbon wing. And I do know that when they flex tested that, destruction tested that wing, they couldn't break it. As far as that's a report that I've heard. Maybe they eventually did break it, but it went way beyond expectations. Now you can clearly see all the different components to the engine there. Of course, this is the Trent 700. So the third segment on the back there is where those doors are stowed. That's the reverser section of the aircraft. Forward is the engine nacelle, then you've got a core cowl, then you've got the reverser section, which is also able to be lifted, and then the aft section, which sort of stays where it is, that sort of fixed point. Brian Stewart, wing stress test structure in Seattle. Yeah, can you imagine my excitement when I went round the corner and I saw that thing? Well, everybody it was glitching, wasn't it? It was glitching badly, wasn't it? It must have sounded like, God, it's gone, I'm leaving, look, wing, yes, it was, wasn't it? Where, wasn't it? I got back to the hotel or something, and I was only, yes. That was funny, man. See anything, Bill? No. Yeah, that was funny. But I was so excited, man, when I turned up round that corner, and it was like, oh my God, I've only ever seen pictures of this. I don't know how much we got of it, but it was pretty unbelievable. But it wasn't just that. It was the breakers yard around the corner, which is just full of broken pieces of aeroplane. You can see that on Google Earth, by the way, folks. They haven't cleaned that up. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Just have a look at that, Jimmy, see if it's... Can you imagine the, if I was the CEO of BA, I'd be like, right, okay, listen, can we not do some kind of magical PR campaign for British Airways? Bring back the Queen, yeah, bring them back, make a big hoo-ha about it, put it out on the national news, on the global news, CNN and all that lot, they'd all pick it up. And then you just then you make a big thing of it. Who wants to fly on the jumbo jet? Wow, what an amazing PR stunt that would be for British Airways. But no, not interested. And I've just thought of that. RAB HCX7 6th to land. Brymo. Also, this sequence engages the armed auto brakes, which are the wheel brakes. The 320 series have either 2 or 4 second delay based on selection. There we go. Thank you, Brymo. Yeah, so you can select a 2 or a 4 second. But you also have auto braking, don't you? Also, this sequence engages armed auto brakes. So you have brake to vacate as well on some aircraft. I'm not 100% sure on which. Something out down there, isn't there? Can you imagine though the press? Thousands of people would be lining the runway down here. It would almost be as a popular day as when the Concorde departed for the last time. I would imagine. Start a petition, Jilly. Imagine the fun the PR team would have though doing that. You know what I mean? Hey, you guys, this team here, let's put a team together, and their challenge is to, well, don't worry about the engineering side of it and the technical side of it, the logistics and all that. We'll take care of all that. We'll bring the aircraft back into, if I can do it with a couple of 767s. I know it's going to cost 10 million. I know it's going to cost 10 million. But, how much is it going to cost to lease aircraft? How much money are you losing at the moment with 4 postponed services, having just announced another 2 because of the engine issues, which are growing problems for for British Airways. It started as a little sort of like, oh, we got a bit of problem with spare parts for Rolls-Royce engines, but now it's grown into this sort of like almost as bad as the original Trent 1000 issues. Well, not quite as bad, but you know, I mean, they still had 787s operational during the Rolls-Royce engine crisis, the original Trent 1000 crisis, which saw so many Dreamliners around the world grounded. I'm sure it probably is affecting other operators, as not just in terms of the Rolls-Royce power plant, the Trent 1000 that is, but apparently it is also affecting other variants of Rolls-Royce engines, but not as much as on the Trent 1000. I think that may be just down to the fact that it's got the number of aircraft that are operational, that are coming up to engine overhaul periods and stuff like that. But I'd love to speak to somebody not particularly linked with any operator or company or anything like that, or maybe an MRO, a director of an MRO who would be willing to, you know, nice startup, who'd be willing to come on and sort of like discuss the capability, the options that are there for long-term storage aircraft, because these aircraft, these 747s that are down in Tyrrell, folks, as far as we are aware, they are all covered. In other words, they are in LTS, but they Turkish 777. Saw the 350 yesterday, didn't we, Gilly? Andrew Monks, why is it one of the most ridiculous suggestions you've ever heard? Why is that, mate? Are you talking about the return of the 747 to service? Why is it ridiculous? I mean, just bearing in mind that I'm going on what Air Canada have just announced, that they're bringing two 767s that have been on the ground for 5 years. The cost associated, yes, but what's the cost associated with leasing aircraft, Andrew? I mean, I'm willing to be proved completely and utterly, don't be ridiculous, but you know, what's the cost and availability of aircraft to replace some of those aircraft because let's face it, British Airways are short of aircraft. It's a bleeding jumbo. No, I know. No, I thought it was. No, I had no idea, mate. No idea. I thought they were talking about. Oh my God, look at this. I thought it was a 350 or something. You're going to do your magic on this one, Jelly. You're going to have to do your magic on this one. Bang. There. Nice. Oh mate, there's a ton of spare parts. There's many companies around the world who carry spare parts for the 747. There's tons of them in Victorville and places like that. I don't think spares would be an issue. Rolls-Royce RB211 engines, Yeah, a little bit difficult in terms of spare parts. However, I have no doubt that the problem is that when they got rid of their 747s, they also got rid of their spare parts, didn't they? Probably. That would be a problem, yes, I agree. But logistically and technically, you know, what is the comparative, the argument for and against in terms of financials? You know, you've got to look at that. It's write it off immediately. You know? And I'm sure you've heard of other ridiculous ideas before, Andrew. Probably more ridiculous than that. Some of which I'd really not like to. Just embrace it. It might be a ridiculous idea, but it's a great idea, though, isn't it? It's a lovely thought. It's a lovely thought. Imagine it. Imagine the whole campaign around it and everything that BA could build. You know, do you want to fly on the Queen again? Well, you can. Here's your chance. For a limited time, the 747 is being brought into service due to the lack of availability of spare aircraft. Current aircraft that are AOG, and also aircraft that can't be delivered on time from both Airbus and Boeing. Wow, yeah, I'll take that opportunity for sure. See you, David. All the best. Say hello to the old man for me. David Sheffield. Nick Fishington, heading big jets from Adelaide. Got an interview for a job there tonight. Could change my life, my family's life. Well, Nick, that's fantastic. Good luck. Nick's got a think of the PR campaign, mate. Think of the PR campaign. Make a big thing of it. You know. I know it's not going to happen, man. We can all dream, can't we? You know, we do. It's all, but what a, you know, what a wonderful thing that would be. Maybe that could be the topic of the next Friday night show, Julie. Mark Chandler, there are still 3 BA 747s at Victorville. At Victorville? No, they won't be LTS. They won't be covered over those ones at Victorville, I wouldn't have thought. It's the ones at Teruel in Spain that we're most interested in, of which I believe there are 2, which are completely sealed. And when I say sealed, I mean sealed. Like every single inlet and outlet is sealed. All the doors are sealed, windows sealed, flight deck windows, everything. Engines covered, pitot tubes, all the relevant, every single piece of that aircraft, of those aircraft are covered. Because obviously those 2 aircraft and that's the thing is that you know, never say never, man. Chasey Avgeek. Andrew Monk's not denying it wouldn't be a wonderful to see, but converting pilots to fly 747 would be something you'd need to commit it for years. The cost wouldn't be worth it, and that's just for us. Andrew, I totally understand what you're saying. There are so many different parameters. There are pilots out there, however. In fact, I do hear that apparently, not mentioning any names, but apparently the 747 simulator at Heathrow is the one that is in most demand. Just saying. he's long. He's long. Get it down, mate. I mean, we've discussed the 767 being returned into service. Only 2 aircraft, of course, but the same sort of deal in terms of returning aircraft that have been in storage for many years. Those 2 767s have been there since the year 2001, I think. But of course, they're lucky enough to have 767 pilots working on their freighter arm. What's happened to the pilots that were on the freighters? Because I believe that they've taken a few off the books, or a couple of the 767s with Air Canada cargo have been removed from service. The converted ones, that is. But where are the pilots? Are they able to call on them, or have they shifted over to somebody like UPS or... Oh yeah, listen to this. Nice. Clean. I think the whistle that you hear on the Dreamliner on approach is something to do with the scalloped engine cowls, the aft engine cowls with the scalloped trailing edge, because they do tend to whistle quite a lot. Diane 78. I don't know whether Scotty would jump at the chance again, because there are obviously still a lot of pilots who used to fly the 747 who now fly. I mean, what about the fact that they've got 787s out of service? They're stopping 4 services on the 787. I'm guessing that there will be a number of those flight crew who are probably ex-747 flight crew. What a great thing that would be. But you know, I mean, I know I'm dreaming, man. I know I am. But I'm just imagining the PR stunt. Something that Branson would get into, wouldn't he? Too late now, though, mate. Too late now. Or would he? Same as yesterday. Same one we saw as yesterday. Wow, that's crazy. Yes, you see, identifiable by its nose cone. That's crazy, man. Or radome. But yeah, I mean, I understand it. You know, you're talking about a minimum of $10 million, £10 million, sorry, to de-check those 747s. And of course, again, those aircraft having been in storage for what, 3 years? 2-3 years. How long was it since 22, wasn't it? 747s were retired. 2022, 3 years, 2-3 years, something like that. But those engines will obviously, you know, need completely overhauling and all that kind of stuff. There's a huge amount of cost involved in it, and of course the cabins as well. They've got old style cabins in them, the IFE, all of that stuff. Basically, the aircraft would have to be recertified for flight, given its, you know, its current storage status. So there's a lot involved in it, I know, but I'm not suggesting it like people suggest, oh, why can't we bring Concorde back? That's obviously a ridiculous idea because of the obvious, understandable, you know, problems that you come up against. there's so many of them, it's just not viable in any way, shape or form. However, the 747s, they're a current aircraft, aren't they? And I am appreciating what people are saying in terms of how crazy it sounds and how difficult it would be. But I'd love to sort of like create a pro and con thing about that in terms of, like, you know, cost of leasing aircraft per hour. Let's remember, these lease companies, they generally under contract will charge you per hour, which is a ridiculous amount of money. Something like $30,000 an hour or something, or even more than that, depending on the aircraft, depending on whether it's a wet lease contract, how long it's for. You know, they might do a deal if it's sort of like for 6 months or a year or whatever. Okay, Craig Russell heads up on the 380 on finals, GP. Whose is that? BA's 380. Wow. Yeah, an interesting article, a brief article from somebody at BA saying that because of the technical reliability of the A380, they're not suffering so much with the 787 engine woes. But I don't know how long ago that article was written or that quote, that comment was made, but as we are all aware, British Airways are having serious issues with having to postpone routes. I'm just all down for a PR stunt myself. Maybe BA could do a sort of like an April Fool's or something. Oh, I've just ruined it, haven't I? Okay, I'm gonna put you all to sleep now, so you forget the last hour of discussion. Graham Mead. As I asked Friday, would Airbus and Boeing collaborate on building a plane to reduce costs and an Alpha parts not to be in shortage? No. Graham. Go on! Little V2500's packing a punch, man. Go on, mate. All the hand luggage just gone flying forward in the overhead bins, isn't it? People grabbing onto their seat, not expecting things that have been on their lap on the way down, not expecting it flies off and slides into the chair in front of you and now underneath the seat and into the next person's foot area. Roger. Yes, I did. Yeah, no. Although I would say that they should have really put it on the fascia, shouldn't they? Space program, maybe. $500. Airbus. You know what that is, Julie? You know what I think that is, Julie? That is not a collaboration to. That is not a collaboration to build an aircraft. It is a it's a collaboration with Airbus and Boeing agreeing to build future aircraft based on specific parameters and things like that. I.e., the way that they're switching everything to USB-C now, isn't it? You know, new manufacturers are making all their latest stuff. Well, Boeing and Airbus have I don't but I don't think it's a sort of like, you know, a thing where they have a weekly coffee morning together, but they do agree on standards on standards of building aircraft. I think that might be what we're talking about here. Martin P saying that there's 5 747s at Tyrrell, but most of them without engines. Well, I believe that 2 of them have still got engines. Anyway, you know, yes, it is a pipe dream. It is a pipe dream, folks. I know. I'm not saying that, you know, oh my God, it could really easily happen. Well, it could happen, but it would cost a flipping load of money, I tell you, and hence the reason why it would likely not happen. However, just take a look at Lufthansa, folks. Take a look at Lufthansa and look at the size of their fleet and how many old airplanes they're operating. A340-300s, A340-600s, 747-400s. I rest my case. And no, they haven't got more money than BA. They're actually in financial crisis at Lufthansa. I was reading the other day about the A321 what were we talking about the other day, Gilly, and we were discussing that, and it was like an extra long range 321. I can't remember what that discussion was about. Yes. Oh, are we going to see a head-on? Oh, 248. Come on, mate, push it this way, push it this way. Looks like he's pushing this way. It's a big smile on his face. So our first start-up, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be General Electric GE90 115s, I'd imagine, maybe not 115s. It's a 777-200, it's a 4-door. Start number 2. Maybe not. Just winding the spool, winding the engine up. That's just, I think, a resultant effect of airflow, literally, why that engine, because it actually spins anti-clockwise. Doesn't the I can't remember whether it's clockwise or anti-clock on the oh man, it's a bit of a shame. Oh, let's get it, let's get it. still going, man, still going. Okay, engine number 1 start. Here we go. So compressed, that whole unit being spun by the APU, and then they will ignite the engine. And that's when you hear the combustor firing up. Here we go. Now the APU will switch feed to the number 2 engine for compressed air to the air starter, which will turn the engine. Up to the point where it will... Nice. Nice send off, man. Keep spinning it, keep spinning it, keep spinning it, keep spinning it. And now the injectors. Here we go. There it is. Craig Russell, that 330-300 from Brussels is a freighter operation. Virgin Atlantic operating both the 330 and the 350s for these freighter operations into Brussels. Whoa. Almost hypnotic to watch. Ooh. There's a sexy looking jet. See, now that's an example. Oh, here comes the ATR and all. It's going to turn right straight on at us. Watch this. Head on. Is the ATR going out of the southern runway, Julie, or the northern runway? Oh, it's heading over to 27 right. Okay, we got it. So, starting the line up for 27 right departures, folks. We're on it. Do you want a sticker, mate? I don't know if you're a bit young for a sticker, are you? No, mate, no. There's a couple of funky ones. Oh yeah, what's the name? With him in the shop. There you go, that one there. Awesome. Thanks for your support as well, Scott. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate that. Scott saying, yeah. Scott Hetherington, folks.
Thanks, Jerry.
Take care. All the best. Nice Air Canada 330. What are you looking at? Snowing in the paddock. Oh my God, really? Nice, mate. Wow. Wow, still going, man. Look at that. 380 flying for BA. Awesome, man. How many have you got? 18, is it, or something like that? But that's a lovely thing to see, is the Air Canada 330. As an example. Oh, okay, so this is Carol's son flying the ATR. Well, he won't be looking at his phone, will he? Of course he won't. There he is, waiting amongst the traffic. And here's one for our latest pilot member, Brymo, 330 captain. Jill Blakeney, I asked during the on-air show, does anyone have 2AA as a retro plane flying? Well, whenever. Oh, this is the freighter. This is the freighter in from Brussels. Empty aeroplane. Look at that. I remember the pilot of the 330 that landed last time, sorry, the 350 operation, said that flying out of Brussels empty, or whatever it was, or flying out of here empty, was an incredibly eerie sort of feeling, because with no weight on the aircraft, It was literally trying. It was flying before it was intended to fly, if you know what I mean. Well before the V1 point of rotation speed, so around about 130 knots or something like that. The aircraft just naturally just took off by itself. Incredible. Didn't even pull back on the stick, and the aircraft just floated up. Andrew Foster, 12 A380s. Thank you, Andrew. So it's going to be quite loud departures. Just because of the low cloud. And at the moment, look at this, mate. Let's see what the numbers go like, shall we? No. Going to see some great departures here. Ooh, look at Patchy. Look at old Patchy over there, look. Wow. That's insane, man. Take care, see you. Thanks again. Look at that, man. Oh, okay. Wow. Noisy, noisy, noisy. Richard N. I read that over the summer Airbus didn't rule out the restarting production of the A380. Is there demand for more A380s? Well, there's demand for aeroplanes, and the reason why they were considering, you know, looking at the option. He basically said that it's closed, but it's not. The door's closed, but it's not locked. That's in terms of the reintroduction of the A380. But that's all linked to the 777-9. Listen to this thing, man. It's like 777. Gonna run back to this ATR, folks, because listen to her, man, listen to her. This could go up very quick, folks, especially as they're using so much runway. Could go up almost opposite us. Okay, there's the engine pitch, thrust levers forward. Assembled in Toulouse. And that kind of aircraft is the future of aviation in terms of hybrid power and future. Well, initially, those engines will be cell technology, which is where the engines are literally powered by battery, believe it or not. That's a hard thing to believe, but Carol, thank you. So this is an example of an aircraft that has perhaps been given a length of a stay of not so much execution, but a stay of retirement, due to the fact that the operators are waiting for new aircraft. I need to shift myself forward about 10 feet, don't I? 5 feet, 10 feet. Let's wait for this one to go out, and then I'm just going to jump in the van, and maybe if I shift my way that way a little bit, so I can get this lamppost out of the middle of my bleeding shot. Wow. Wow. Yeah! Oh my goodness me. Wow. Trent 7's at full flex, man. Now watch for the ribbons. Oh yeah, she's gonna make some kind of a turn, maybe before she disappears into the cloud, but oh, nice. Trent's a little bit smoky. She's gonna make the right. Yeah, well, we have earlier on had a few conditions because I was on manual, and then I went back to our normal focus. That's the first we've heard. Right, give me 2 seconds, folks. I'm just going to move to my left. Just in time for a big wind up. Check this out. Oh yeah. Oh, listen to these things growling, man. Panning, you get little moments of focus pop out. Let me just switch it out. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Here we go. Oh man. Okay, now watch for the wizard. Watch for the wizard. Wizard? I mean, they're motion chilly, folks. Watch at the bottom of the engine, folks. Little. There it is. Look at the wing flexing, man. Wow. Now watch the wing flex. Watch the wing pull its maximum flex on V1. Watch this. There it is. There it is. Stretch those wings, man. Up they go. Oh my goodness me. Look at that sight. Oh. Oh, and another one. Oh, he wants to show off this one. Trent's. Oh my goodness me. You want growl, mate? That's not a growl. This is a bleeding growl. Flipping heck, mate. Oh, it's days like these, man. Got goosebumps. Not good to have goosebumps when you got cold clothing on. Watch the gear tilt, man. Watch the gear tilt. Can't really see it this angle. Look at that. Thermodynamics over the wings there, man. Pressure decreasing over the wings as the aerofoil changes in its shape. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, and the two car coming down the runway. Look. So, runway inspection. Like clockwork, these guys, man. Look at the state of that 777. EGPX had to Google Clive Beddoe, founder of Westjet. I suppose it's fair enough to get his name on one of their 787. Yeah. You would have thought so. Where's that Mars bar gone? Paul Warren, is the growl generated from the engine gearbox? I don't think so, Paul. The gearbox has already been disconnected at this stage. As far as I'm aware, the gearbox is primarily used for starting the engine. But the noise that you're hearing, the noise is, I think, the air deflecting off of the fan blades, the cold fan blades at the start. Initially, you hear a big a noise that comes from some of the engines right on startup. The whistle that you hear is actually the tips of the blades reaching the speed of sound. Believe it or not, that is the speed of sound, basically the blade tips. But then as they go past us, that is more a case of the air passing over the blades and literally clattering them. It's fantastic, isn't it? Chris Clark, yes indeed, Dreamliners are the aircraft with the tinted windows, which, you know, is a good thing, but in terms of maintenance, when one of those things goes wrong for whatever reason, I remember flying on the Dreamliner early doors, and then flying on an older one where you could quite clearly see all the windows have got different shades to them, and some of them not working as effectively as the others. Avro Arrow has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Avro. Jordan's in the house. G'day, Jordan. Mathis Vasink saying in wet conditions or rain you may have more growl sound. Yeah, also the air is very thick. That's one thing you've got to appreciate, folks. Right now, in the height of summer, when the air's all nice and thin, and where the engines actually have to use more power, but yeah, I mean, affects the performance of the engine to the point where it does need to be given a little bit more welly, shall we say. Roxy Simmons has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Roxy. So this is the A330-900 with Virgin Atlantic. It's a Neo jet, which is re-engined, and I'm not sure about the wing in terms of how completely new the wing is. I think it's obviously the wingtip is a brand new design, but also big changes had to be made to the wing. Oh, five tons of air per second, folks. Get that in your head around that one. Nice bit of brake dust coming off the mains there. Did you see that? So as gear up is selected, that begins the whole process of braking the wheels, stopping the wheels from turning, and so that's why you get that little cloud of brake dust, kind of like what you see on a Formula One car that's on an excessively brakey track at the entrance to corners, where you see them applying the brake, big clouds of brake dust. So this is the Trent XWB engine. Oh yeah, man. Kind of looks angry now, that 350, doesn't it? Reach for the sky. Look at the way it rolls out on those mains, man. Oh, what a beautiful sight. Oh, another big bruiser having a go. Come on in, mate. Wow, man. That's just aviation at its best, isn't it? When you see stuff like that going on and hearing it. It's not just the visuals, it's the sounds as well, man. Quite surprised, well, not surprised, but it always does surprise me a little bit when the other day when we went up to the to eat our hamburgers at the Heathrow Academy, where the platform is, where a lot of the local real, I say real, the original plane spotters go. And when I say original, these are guys who primarily are not really interested in even seeing the aircraft for what it is, or visually making, you know, just most of not. It's a difficult one to say because I don't want to think anyone to think that I'm, you know, that I'm categorising people, but I'm not. But it is interesting that there are a category, there are a breed of plane spotters, and these are the original plane spotters, though, folks. You know, who basically take all the numbers down and the registrations and all that kind of stuff. And there's one guy up there who's amazing. He's been there since me and Johnny were going up there, man. And I guess a lot of the other ones have as well, because it's a community. And you know, some of them are a little bit sort of like, you know, I don't know what their feelings are towards, you know, what we're doing or anything like that. I know some of them are just like, you know, stuck in their old ways, which is fair enough if they want to do that. I don't have a problem with that. But some of them are sort of like a little bit sort of like, I mean, the thing is that they like to go and it's the socialising element of it as well. But for us, it's everything. It's absolutely everything about aviation, man. But we always must remember that they are, I mean, I've met a few of them, and a couple of them have come up to me and said hello and all that, and it's lovely to see them because they kind of know they know the things that they say means that they watch the shows. It's quite evident that they watch the shows, and like I said, a lot of them don't, because they like their lifestyle of being amongst friends and having their group and just doing their thing, and not getting involved in any of this. It's a bit of a shame because we've got tons of aging folk and elderly folk who love the channel and love the community that we have here as well. Just give it a try. That's all I would say to any one of those guys, would just be to, you know, just to give it a try, because you might enjoy it. Henk Buisenk went to the Schiphol Terrace yesterday, very cold, saw for the first time the KLM 321neo from nearby. Nice cockpit windows, there we go. Nice one, Henk. Yeah, the Schiphol Terrace is now fully operational, isn't it? It was out of operation for quite some time. For what fully complete what reasons I don't know, in terms of the access to the very edge of the terrace at Schiphol, but it is now in full operation, and it's a great place to visit, folks. Thomas used to stand at King's Cross watching planes. Did he mean Hatton Cross or watch planes from King's? Oh, trains. Sorry, mate. Yeah, okay, sorry. Sorry. Lovely old 767, man. Listen to the old school sound. Pratt & Whitney's. Drone Hunter. Good day to you. Drone Hunter's in the house. Mini 777 engines. Roy Redgate is 81. Still love flying. There we go, Roy. Great to see you, mate. Ben Thompson's gifted a channel membership. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, it was funny when we turned up yesterday. We were all undercover, weren't they? In their chairs and everything, looking at me, and none of them wanted to smile at me because they just stare at you. You know, they just stare at you. But every now and then you get a rogue plane spotter that comes out, like that guy in the yellow jacket. Do you remember? Hello, Jerry. How you doing? Yeah, blah blah blah. This and that and the other. You know, lovely fella. You know, I mean. And that's, you know, it's just really nice to see every now and then. So at least I get a bit of respect for what we do here. You know, not some fly-by-night outfit. And let's face it, how many of their dads flew Constellations and Britannias and DC-8s and 747s? Maybe a few of them. Maybe they did. Maybe their dads flew in the war, or Spitfires or Hurricanes or something, you know, Lancasters or whatever. I'd love to hear stories like that, man. That's why it's lovely to have, you know, people like Jim from the museum at Heathrow, British Airways, sorry, the Heritage Museum, British Airways Heritage Museum. That's it. We got to go up there tonight, Julie. We've got to go and give him that picture. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Yes, so do I. Yes, very true. Patchwork on that thing, man. Must have gone through some kind of inspection. I'm sure. They wouldn't clean an aircraft and miss parts, would they? Just. Maybe they have only cleaned the parts and left the other bits so that people don't get, so they've got a clear idea of where to inspect, where the inspection line is. Shadow Gallery. My grandfather flew the Connies for TWA back all those years ago. Wow, there's another one, Shadow Gallery, isn't it? His mate is a captain with United, is it? Or American? It's American, isn't it, Chile? Shadow Gallery's mate. American 777, there we go. Left-hand seat. Affirmative. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, let's do that then. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, totally, mate. How quickly can they... Oh, look at that, man. Yeah, do whatever it is they do. What's it called? Yeah. Wow, we saw the Festival of Creativity coming out of maintenance earlier, folks. Wind it up, Qatar. Behind you, mate. Wow. Watch the elevators. Just the slightest tweak on the elevators. Look, here we go. Bosh, there it is. And up she goes. Wow. Wow. Big old lump in it. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Isn't that beautiful, folks? Oh, BA wants to have a go. Stand by. Go on then. Oh, and then after this, a United 767. Trent's at full flex. See, that wing is pretty conventional right now, but now as they gather speed at the rotate point, watch the flex on the wing. Oh my word, look at that, man. Now this could be a great departure coming up now. Listen to this, old school. Clear takeoff, 27 right. Now look at the wing flexing still, look. Look at that, man. Aaron Thomas, 767, still the best. The old, good old Smoky Joe. So now I wonder what that festival of creativity was in for in terms of maintenance. Must have been a very minor problem, I would have thought, but you never know, it could be a host of things. But there she is, folks. Good old workhorse of the skies, a proper workhorse she is, man. Savings pit stop. Should have a little bit of grey hair on this one, shouldn't it? Maybe in the beard or something. Oh! I'll get a glimpse there of wait a minute. I think it is, you know. Oh my goodness me. Is that Pinky doing some work? No. No. No, she hasn't got a... Has she got a trolley attached to her? I don't know, I can't... It looks like it. Is she working? She's been found out. Yeah. Brian Stewart, Festival of Longevity. Ellie Morgan, one of the hardest working aircraft about this gorgeous 777. Yeah, it is. I want to see it move. Go on, son. Don't be shy. Yes, yes. We've been caught. Big Red, how can you tell the difference between Rolls-Royce engines? Well, it's more a case, to be honest with you, Big Red, on the aircraft type and sometimes on the engine size. For example, I'll come back to Pinky in a minute, I'll keep my eye on him. For example, those Trent 800s that you see on that 777 are noticeably smaller than the General Electric or even the Pratt & Whitney engines. Like, for instance, the one next to it. There you go, you see? That's a 777-300 with the General Electric engine, and that one on the left there is the Rolls-Royce engine. And sometimes they are, you know, but the GE, the General Electric engines in general, forgive the pun. Come on, son! He's stuck in gear, isn't he? Can't move it. I think his door is open. Is that the door open? Are you sure? It is. Pinky's door. There's no one in it, is there? Okay, so there's no one in Pinky. We've got to keep an eye on that. It's a big old GE90. Look, the smallest. I swear then when they had those General Electric stickers made, someone sent them the wrong dimensions. I'm absolutely sure of it. Because that is, what is the point in that? I know they're probably about 300 mil, something like that. Still there. There's a truck just pulled in front of her. I think a truck's just pulled in. Pinky's on work experience, saving pit stop. Still there. Oh! One of these aircraft is starting their second engine, I think. This one here, I think. Taxiing on one engine. Hold on a minute. There's a bit of movement there. Come on, Pinky, son. You don't want to go. So this is what we call an intersecting depart. There, he definitely just started. I just heard him shut his APU down. This guy. Actually, he wouldn't have just shut it down because he reused his number 1 engine to start the number 2. So that's not true. Can hear an APU running though. Is he moonlighting, do you think, Pinky, maybe? And this bit of extra spare cash in his... Oh, okay, Big Red, thanks, Joe, but I actually meant the difference between the 700 and the 7,000. Oh, well, there we go, Big Red. Yes, I'll explain that in a minute, my mate. Basically size. Trent 700 is the Rolls-Royce Trent 700, developed for the A330 aircraft. MRTTs and commercial, passenger commercial jets. The Trent 7000 is the engine powering the newly revised A330neo, and that is a much bigger engine, more aimed at more like the Trent 1000. Okay, here comes the big lad. Wingtip missing. He's had a clip. Chilly. Again. Who is it? Who is it? Which one is it? No. I thought all of them had been replaced. Wow. Man, that was a full send departure, mate. I know there was another one after wingtip. That was a gnarly departure, mate. Wow. What's that coming out the right hand side of the right wing then? Is that vortex coming off the it's not coming off the left hand side, but that's just because it's facing that, because it's not facing that I don't know, I want to see if this thing hits the cloud and whether or not we get a cloud burst. Oh yeah, man, look at that. Come on, man. Oh. 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 Very angry 777, like, look at me. Oh, Festival of Creativity up next, folks. So that was General Electric power. This is Rolls-Royce. She's all lit up. She sing. There's another one behind her. Wow. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh, we're getting some good ones, Jilly, mate. Yeah, man. Oh, listen to that behind me. noises, man, the noises. We could go funky on this. There's an option for funk. Option for funk. Keep it going, mate. Keep it. There it is. There's the funk. Oh, yeah. Look at that. It's like boiling water, isn't it? It's beautiful. Isn't it beautiful? Great climb out shots I'm getting. That's good. Glad you're happy, folks. Glad you're happy. Lufty's old. No, SAS possibly? No, it's Lufty, isn't it? Quite rare to see an American triple sitting over there on the remote. It's quite rare to see, to be honest. So yeah, in terms of the he was asking about the Trent 700 and the Trent 7000. It's the Trent family, isn't it? The Trent 700, which is the much skinnier, longer, tubular-like engine on the A330, compared to the Trent 7000 engine, which is more aimed at the Trent 1000 family, which is a lot fatter. Of course, it arcs all the way back to the Trent 500, don't forget, on the A340, the RB211, predecessor to that, Trent 5s, the Trent 7s, the Trent 8s, the Trent 9s on the A380s, Trent 1000s, all exclusively on the Dreamliner, of course, and the XWB, the Trent XWB, which is the last of the Trent family engines to be developed before Ultrafan. Shadow Gallery's gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, mate. That's very kind of you. Welcome to anybody who's lucky enough to be a brand new member as a result of those gifted memberships. It's lovely to have you with us, and of course returning members as well. Good to see you back, yeah, good opportunity for we do get a lot of people who say that they were gifted memberships, and because it's such a cool place to be that they've stayed on and continued their membership. Thank you very much for your support, and of course, we really appreciate those people who gift membership as well. Losing light, mate. Losing light. Got a lovely shot of the tower there, man. Look at that. The sun goes down. Is that on the push? Is that on the push? I think it is, isn't it? Oh no. Has he gone? Is Pinky gone? Oh, he's snuck off, look. He snuck off. Where did he go? Cheeky little thing. Okay. General Electrics. That is just insane, that delivery sound, man. Look at the wing flapping away there. 777 behind him is eager to go, man. Let me at him. Let me at him. Ah, let's just get a bit of this, mate. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, mate. SoCal. SoCal written all over it. Okay, mate, off you go. See you, Shadow. Take care, mate. Seriously? Seriously? You think you've heard one growler and then you go and get something like that? That was insane, mate. That was just insane. And then she goes and gives us a display like that. Oh my goodness me. It is beautiful. It is beautiful, man. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Never. You know, you think you've heard a big growler before, and then you get something like that. Just phenomenal, mate. Phenomenal, phenomenal. Wonder if we might get a cloud break, a cloud buster on this one. Probably not. That cloud's probably quite some distance. Look at the tower, man. Oh, wow. Oh, bank it. Not much better shot than a 777 in the turn like that. Obviously a 747 trumps it, but hello, hello. Nice big plane you've got. Yes, I know. Oh, I'd like to be one of you when I grow up. 777, Paul, that was insane. It was, wasn't it? I feel you see a little bit of preset headed towards us over the other side of the runway. Dodgy conditions. Eagle Atlanta, that's the main tower, my friend. All these guys having to wear their shades, man. It's hip to be squared. Yeah. Start up. Ooh, hello. She's just come in, isn't she? That was a flipping workhorse during COVID, wasn't it? Every day. 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Just crazy. Parked up on remote. Something don't sound right there. It's either a car that just went past or there was a horrible vibrating noise coming from that aircraft. If it was a car with a dodgy exhaust that just went past on idle, but we could go funk here. into that beautiful sky, man. Look at that beautiful sky. Wow. 2 aircraft. Tim Smart's gifted 20 memberships. Tim! Thank you. Wow, what a very generous thing to do. Kristen has gifted 10 channel memberships. Blimey. Thank you so much, folks. Look at that shot there, man. Thank you, Kristen. Smallest scaffolder in Europe. Emirates coming out. Is that our closeout, GP, possibly? What's our TRT? Thank you, Kristen. And of course, thank you, Tim. Wonderful people. This Shadow Gallery as well. Just now gifting 5 channel memberships as well. Thank you, everybody. You wonderful, wonderful people. And everybody else who supports the channel. Actually, 35 new members. In fact, probably getting on for 40 new members, or returning members, or re-gifted members, or whatever they might be. 68 members returning to Big Jet TV today, or gifted for the first time. Great to see you guys on board. Thank you so much. Julia Kirkman's gifted a channel membership, mate. That's 66. 69, sorry. Did I say 68? Oh, okay, sorry. Nice shot. Oh, nice shot. Yeah. It's almost like volcanic cloud formation, isn't it? Beautiful, man. Look at those beautiful clouds, man. Look at them. Look at them. Beautiful. In my beautiful balloon. Intercept. V2500s. Hey, how much does that new Russian jet that I saw a picture of last week, how much does it look like an A220, man? Just the engines that are different. Unbelievable, man. Someone's either got their little James Bond camera out. You know. Or sold their soul to the Russians, the Russian aviation thing. Because I tell you, it is absolutely identical. The front end is definitely an A220. Okay, you ready for it? Oh wow, we did have a look at that shot there. That's where that aircraft has busted through that cloud, man. Look at that. Wow. Isn't that beautiful? Now that, yeah, we might get one or more of those if it's basically aircraft that are going along east to westbound, of course. Wow, that's pretty crazy, man. Here we go, stand by. Wait a minute, hold it there, son. Hold it there. Wait a minute. I've lost it. Wait a minute, he's gone in there. That's where he went. There, he's gone in there, look. Wow. Oh no. Yellow engine cows, Chile. We've seen it before, haven't we? Yeah, wow. Seen pictures, not seen it in the flesh though. Interesting. Kind of a mishmash, but it kind of works, doesn't it? A little bit of Iceland Air going on there, isn't there? Absolutely insane. Now this is a westbound jet, so he'll go straight. We've got Qatar following him, so we could go funky on this next shot. RG-12 Enterprise. Oh, here we go. Blooming heck. Oh, hello. Someone's joining the party. I'm going to have to come back from this, folks. Hello, big lad. Oh, just missed the biggest floof you've ever seen in your bleeding life, mate. Whole aircraft was just... Wait. Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God, man! Oh! Oh, baby! Oh my God! Oh, flipping heck, man! That's when it's worth waiting, innit? Oh my God! Oh my God, man! That is just phenomenal. Phenomenal, man. Well, he's going left, and that cloud is probably 10 miles away, maybe, something like that. Look at the pure circle it's created, man. Look at that. Absolutely insane, man. I mean, you know, so who was talking about the Trent 700 versus the Trent 7000? This is the Trent 7000 engine that we're seeing on this Neo jet. Oh my goodness, man. Insane, beautiful, noisy departures, man. Hey, look at the Royal Jordanian with all white engine cowls, man. Yeah, Tony O'Reilly, that's what you call cloud busting, man. It's what I've been, you know, oh my God, man. A little bit of sun dipping below the horizon there, below the cloud line. Oh my goodness me. We get a big jet. They're just all shots everywhere, aren't they? It's just beautiful, man. Beautiful. Oh, Daryl Nichols. Qatar has a lot of flights at Heathrow now, especially since Thermo sold their slots to them, 8 per day now, and just 1 380 now as opposed to the 2 previously. The rest of them mostly 777s with the odd 350. Interesting. Okay, yo, so Thermo sold those slots. Wow. Fair play. Do not a video, but like have a sort of like, you know, okay, stand by for time warp or something like that, Star Trek-y type audio over, you know what I mean, or not? Are you with me? Stand by for, yeah, that insane, man. Totally and utterly insane. Maylin Bees, had to go back and watch it a couple of times. Just some, a classic moment in aviation. I mean, apart from all these big, noisy, loud departures going on, we're gifted with that, man. Thanks, Aviation Stapes. Samat of Hookshire, are you about, sir? Twas the evening of Friday. Oh. I've got to check the bleeding battery and all, mate. Two on there. We're good. No. Where's that gone? Sorry folks, swapping out the mic. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry folks, that's my bad. Switched the mic out and oh, actually that one's fading a little bit as well. How much has he got left? Not a great deal. Fitty. Look at the way that thing floats up, man. Oh, mate, look at that. I think these clouds are a little bit closer, these ones. So let's keep a check on her. She may hit that cloud earlier than the other ones. Leveling out now. Oh. No, let's go back to the Neo. Look at the colours on the engines, man. It's going to go funk. It's going to go funk. Stand by for the funk. Hold tight, funky, funky. There it is. Yeah, baby. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Wow. Oh, they keep them coming, man. Oh, look at this. We are so blessed, aren't we? Hey? We are so blessed. Look, that 777 made a right big chunk out of that cloud, man. Come on then, Virgin, let's have ya. Always a long run for the Trents, for those 1000s. Look at that, all the available runway, man, and that's all the computer doing that. It's giving it the rotate speed, rotate exactly what the rotate speed is. I'm not sure if the FMC actually indicates V1 on the FMC on the screens. Sorry. Yeah. What's all those patches, man? What's with all the patches? That's a bit odd, wasn't it? Looks like it got freckles. Great question there from Alex, or a statement. Oh, we got an. Oh, I thought that might have been an indicated. Okay, this is it, folks. This is it. Stand by, stand by. We're just gonna play out a little piece for you before we go. Actually, yeah. Thank you, Basil. Is that a ghost of me mum? Jet behind this will wait for quite some time. There's a lot of separation behind the 380, of course. Oh, we could get a good bank out of this one, man. Damn, full power. Look at that. Oh. Gear doors now finally closing. There they go. Now, at some point, we're going to go left. Oh, yeah. Climbing up through the different friction layers, man. At some point, we're going to go left. Whether she's going to go long or whether she's going to go quite tight, we don't know yet. If it's going to go left sooner than later, it's going to be around now. And there it is. Oh, listen to this 767 taxiing up here, mate. Oh, yeah. Yes, it is very visible when you're sat on the aircraft, man. But you need to be, obviously, you need to be on the window. He's got a big smile on his face, look. He's big happy, big happy. Just scratch him under his chin. Scratch him under his chin there like that. This is nice, isn't it? Yeah. Proxy Signal's graceful giant. Beautiful piece of engineering. Photobomb 764. Lovely set of engines on it, look. Lovely old engines. This one here. Yeah, there's one lined up to go out. There's one lined up to go out. And this one pushing back. Start up number 2. Wind it up. Maybe not yet. In your own time. There we go. No, he'll be flashing the ground controller. He'll be flashing the dispatcher, not flashing us. Just the way it is, Barbara. Or Babs. You say Babs? Barbara Siegel. Just is the way it is. So we've got a few things to do, but probably amongst loads of other things. Oh yeah, that's a point, folks. Okay. George Canning loving the show. I think this is just, it's crazy, isn't it? You know, it is crazy how lucky we are to be where we are. Thank you, Heathrow. Thank you, Heathrow, man. And thank you to the Renaissance as well, folks. I know they don't like us putting their logo in our feed for whatever reason. I've got no idea. I haven't revisited that for quite some years. I don't know whether they would want to anyway now. But anyway, whatever. We've brought a lot of people here to the Renaissance, and thank you to the Renaissance for continuing to allow us to film from their parking lot. We are very blessed. Need to give the GM a Christmas card this year, Jimmy. We need to give everybody Christmas cards this year. Yes, okay, let's go and buy some Christmas cards tomorrow. No. Yeah, get some made, yes. Okay, can we do that? Yeah. Okay, how do we... Oh, yes, we can do it at the blah blah, can't we? Well, you know, Vistaprint, yeah. Avro, yes. We are going to play out shortly. Before we go, we're going to play out this little piece from Anchorage. A little bit of a promo, folks. Have a look and see. You ready to go, GP, on that? Are you ready to roll on that one? Okay, have a little look. Let's just wait for this 767 to roll out of sight. Stand by. We're going to show you a little clip, very short clip, 1 minute 30 seconds of anchorage, and the kind of thing that we can expect to see. All you lucky folks who are going to be coming with us to Anchorage. Trust me, folks, if I was a millionaire, I'd do it free for everybody. I honestly mean it. But in order for us to go to these amazing places, it does need funding. And that's why we do what we do. We don't take all the money and just don't give you anything back. We give you all of this stuff back. Twice a month we go overseas. It's very tiring. It's a lot of work. It might... Hey? No, not for you guys, for all our partners, all the people that are responsible for bringing us this amazing footage. You know, and there's a lot of people that I need to thank. You know, all the people at Heathrow, the teams at Heathrow, just so many of them to some of whom I've already taken many boxes of donuts to. Okay, GP, run VT. Here's a bit of Anchorage, folks. We are live, folks. Welcome back. Here we go. Oh, she's heavy, man. She's heavy. And then runway lights. Beautiful big bird, man. This is definitely a flipping eagle, this one, look. Oh, look at that. Listen to that. Yes! Yes! The sound of that bleeding thing go. UK Skywatcher, welcome back. Oh, they're still sending them out, man. They're still sending them out. Engine intakes, man. Yeah, I mean, Chicago had a damn good go, didn't it, this year? Hey? And Honolulu, and yeah. Some have had a go, haven't they? Some airports have had a go at overpowering. Oh, is that funk? Would have been if I could get it. Ah! funk and double funk. I'll get you Penelope pit stop. Hey, one more for the road, folks. Aaron Thomas Frankfurt is one of the top. There we go. Well, you know, each their own. Yeah, Chris Clark, you're absolutely right, mate. Yeah, we need to get those Christmas cards designed quickly, Gilly, and ordered, yes, with a big thank you from everybody at Big Jet TV, not just Jerry and Gilly, but all of our members. Thank you so much. And this, yeah, everyone at Big Jet TV. Those cards are going to go out. Yeah, we're so lucky, man. Because if it wasn't for those guys, then we wouldn't have a show. What do you think of that then, folks? How about that? Hey? Easy on the eye, son. Easy. It's a bit bright, isn't it? But anyway, hey, that's why they call it high vis, isn't it? Yeah, listen, thank you everybody for coming in and getting involved in the show today. Lots of new members getting involved as well. Welcome to all our new pilot crew as well. We are humbled by having you folks as well, by the way. Thank you to everybody at Heathrow. Thank you to all the airlines, all the captains, all the first officers, all the flight crews, all the cabin crews, the maintenance teams, the air traffic controllers, the emergency services. There's too many of you to mention. Thank you to everybody at the Renaissance. Thank you to everybody who came up and said hello. Thank you to you amazing people out there. We are so gifted, folks. We are so gifted to have you on board. I'm going to head off now and go and lie down in a dark room with a cold beer. But yeah, look after yourselves. Thanks, Gilly, by the way. And thanks to anybody else who was in. I'm not sure how many were in. But Trish, thanks, Thanks, Darren. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. Love you guys. Come here. Yes, he's a good boy and girl and all that. See you later. Cheers. Bye.